guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
News. I'm Ryan Daniels. A deal is done in D.C. to keep the lights on in the federal government, at least another week.
The government was set to run out of money Friday. The $858 billion National Defense Authorization Act extends funding for federal agencies for another week as Congress continues to iron out a massive full-year spending package. I'm Tim Berg.
Congress recently reaching an agreement to fund national defense, setting the next year's budget for the military in amended legislation. Republican Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell discusses one provision to counter the Chinese government's influence.
It will authorize a new joint force headquarters right there in the region and make sure that U.S. military installations are not commercial destinations for goods that have been produced with Uyghur slave labor.
Referring to the Uyghur Muslims under an alleged genocide and slavery in China. It's a cold night for millions in America. From the Dakotas and upper Midwest region to the Northeast, there are concerns about severe weather, heavy rain, high wind, and blowing snow.
Tow trucks, loaders, snowblowers, we got plenty of gas, plenty of fuel, we got plenty of salt. We are ready to respond. Up to 6,500 utility workers, which really are become frontline workers when you're desperately trying to get the heat back on in the house.
New York Governor Kathy Hochul. Peak snowfall expected to reach 1 to 2 inches in New York State from tonight into Friday morning. Amid lots of other gloomy economic news, here's one tiny bright spot. Mortgage rates are down.
Slightly down. Freddie Mac says the average for a 30-year fixed-rate loan is now 6.31%, down 0.02 of a point from the week before. A year ago, you could score that loan for 3.1%. Rates have been rising, but analysts say the mortgage rate declines of the past 5 weeks could be a sign that inflation has peaked. I'm Rich Johnson.
This is USA News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Picking up the pieces in Louisiana and in the Big Easy following deadly and devastating storms there this week. City streets in New Orleans rocked by a tornado Wednesday, causing damage to several homes in the area. City Sanitation Director Matt Torrey.
Our crews will continue to be working daily, sun up to sundown, until the debris is collected. And we'll work collaboratively with residents to make sure that we're getting them back in good working order at their households.
At least 3 people are dead elsewhere in Louisiana. New Orleans was also hit by tornadoes back in March. Americans can order 4 more free COVID-19 tests through the mail. Started today, part of the Biden administration's plan to deal with an increase in COVID cases sparked by indoor holiday gatherings. The test can be ordered on covidtests.gov. The government urging folks to test themselves when they have symptoms and before visiting with family. The U.S. National Archives dumping thousands of new documents, perhaps shedding new light on the Kennedy assassination.
The information comes from about 8,000 documents related to the death of President John F. Kennedy. However, a White House memo adds that there are a number of records that contain information for, quote, continued postponement of public disclosure until June 30th. It notes that those files may cause harm to defense, intelligence operations, law enforcement, or foreign relations. Kennedy was assassinated on November 22, 1963 in Dallas, Texas. I'm Tyler Kuehl.
I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have 1 or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty then, cue the cameras, cue the microphone. I believe it is that time again. Already. Wow. So here we go. Get things fired up as we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone. Welcome into Friday. All right, we're heading into that, pretty much the final shopping weekend before Christmas. What do we see? 16th day of December. And we'll work our way into it, time zone to time zone, from the East Coast to the West and around the world. Welcome in, welcome aboard. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Here we are, another night. I ain't seeing any stars. I ain't seeing the moon. Beginning to wonder if we're ever going to see the heavens again. Socked in with clouds once again. Like we have night after night after night. All right, so hope you've had a good week. I know it has been a crazy, what would the word would be, tumultuous week. Thanks to Mother Nature. And she's still causing some problems. Well, believe it or not, we still have blizzard warnings continuing through much of North Dakota, South Dakota, northwest Nebraska, eastern Montana. It's like this third or fourth night consecutively with blizzard warnings. In other words, visibility less than a quarter mile and winds in excess of 35 miles per hour. It's been a long duration storm. And believe it or not, the snow continues to fall in much of North Dakota, South Dakota. It's not as heavy as we had seen the last several nights, but just gives you the magnitude of this storm. Yeah, still snowing in parts of Minnesota, Wisconsin. Again, lighter snow to wrap around the backside of the storm. The leading edge or eastern side of this monster storm this week, which did spin up the offshore secondary storm system off the eastern seaboard. Haven't really seen the final numbers. 24 hours ago, we were talking about ice storm warnings in parts of West Virginia, Maryland, south central Pennsylvania. Again, haven't seen the numbers, how much ice accretion we did find. But indeed, power outages, not as bad as I kind of anticipated it would be, but at this hour, according to Power Outage US, West Virginia with over 16,000 no power. Virginia, it's a little under 10,000. Pennsylvania, actually, nearly 18,000 without power. And much of that would be in association with the ice storm. Much larger numbers where it is bitterly cold. Not a good time to be without power. Minnesota, 32,500 plus. 29,000, almost 30,000 in Wisconsin. Again, bad time to be without power with the bitterly cold conditions, the wind chills out there in the single digits and below zero, especially when you get out into the western Dakotas, much of Montana. We're seeing single-digit actual, this air temperatures, not wind chills. So if you've got 8-degree actual air temperature and gusty winds, feeling like it's in at least the teens, below zero. So a very cold air mass out west. Still, temperature-wise, I guess you'd kind of say rather moderate. Yeah, for the middle of December, we're looking at 40s in the southeast, 30s through the Tennessee Valley, here into southwest Ohio. According to the official numbers from the airport, 39 degrees, 37 in Columbus. So not a bad way to start a Friday. So we'll take a look back at what was just an incredibly devastating week with severe weather in the south, the continuing blizzard conditions, which now have some of the snowfall totals approaching 4 feet, believe it or not, in those areas that got to the heaviest accumulations. So still a lot of issues with road closures, having a hard time from getting from point A to point B in parts of the Dakotas, in Montana, Idaho. Now, of course, as we head into the weekend, how about another big lake effect snow event? And we're not talking the blockbuster numbers we saw with that lake effect event a few weeks ago here, but we could be measuring snowfall in feet for some areas, right on the heels of the massive storm, the blizzard conditions. Cold air is going to be flowing across the Midwest into the Northeast, and that is indeed going to set off bands of heavy lake effect snow this weekend. Now, as I mentioned, not like the historic amounts we saw with the storm there in mid-November. Some towns still will be buried under feet of snow, gusty winds blowing the snow around, creating even more difficult, dangerous travel conditions. Yeah, the lake effect event's going to follow the widespread snow we saw from the upper Midwest to the interior Northeast, which, by the way, continues on into Friday. But given the magnitude of the cold air in the unfrozen lakes, snow can fall heavily at times in those favored lake effect areas. The bulk of the snow likely to occur southwest Michigan, western and northern New York, and northwestern Pennsylvania this weekend. For those not really familiar with lake effect snow, conditions can vary tremendously over short distances. I mean, we're talking as little as several hundred feet. Yeah, part of one stretch of highway, or neighborhood for that matter, could actually experience blizzard conditions with snow that piles up at rates of 1 to as much as 6 inches per hour, while another part of town may actually only have some flurries or actually could be completely dry. But those snow bands can extend dozens to over 100 miles from the lake that produces them. Because the bands of snow off Lake Erie and Lake Ontario are likely to shift considerably from one day to the next, the total accumulations, say 1 to 3 feet, rather than the 4 to 7 feet that buried parts of western and northern New York back in mid-November. So this does not look to be a repeat of the major storm here several weeks ago, but it's still going to be quite heavy, and it's going to lead to dangerous travel conditions. Now, the NFL game between the Buffalo Bills and the Miami Dolphins, they say is scheduled for 8:15. This says Saturday. Is that correct? Saturday? Normally Sundays, NFL, but I don't know. AccuWeather says Saturday at Highmark Stadium in Orchard Park. There's a chance that if multiple bands of lake effect snow develop on Saturday, the Highmark Stadium could stay in between or maybe avoid the heaviest snow for part of the game. Heavy snow in the area could make traveling to the game extremely difficult, of course. Now, Orchard Park, you may recall, was hammered with more than 80 inches of snow during that epic lake effect snowstorm back in November. The NFL game at that time forced the Bills game against the Browns to move to Detroit Ford Field, which, of course, has a roof. Either way, motorists along portions of 79, 80, 81, 86, 90, and 196 likely to encounter areas of whiteout conditions, maybe road closures from Michigan to northern Pennsylvania and upstate New York this weekend. If the Bills and Dolphins do play as scheduled Saturday night, temperatures, wind chills will be in the teens and 20s for much of the game. The swirling winds, mainly from the west and southwest, 10 to 15 miles per hour. Fans are going to have to bundle up. And you may want to throw a snow shovel in your vehicle just in case you get stuck headed to or from the game, according to forecasters. Now, following the outbreak of cold air and lake effect snow this weekend, get ready. We were talking about this 24 hours ago. An even colder air mass with Arctic and actually Siberian origins is poised to pour across the central and eastern USA as a lot of folks begin heading out traveling for Christmas. Now, regardless of whether or not a massive winter storm precedes that frigid air and where it tracks, AccuWeather forecasters do expect some tremendous amounts of lake effect snow to be unleashed prior to and during the Christmas weekend. So you've got some lake effect this weekend, but when that bitterly cold air comes pouring across the lakes next week, that could actually turn into another epic lake effect snow event right there for Christmas. Of course, we're going to continue to provide details, the magnitude of the frigid air mass, and I think we're going to blame Eagle for this. Remember earlier this week, Eagle had called in and was, I don't know, he wasn't complaining, but he was talking about how the weather is definitely changing. Yeah, we know that the patterns change, but it's talking about, here like in southwest Ohio, we used to have snow, white Christmases, and we just don't really seem to see that anymore. Well, there's a swath of the country, again, with this Arctic air mass next week. Models are now beginning to depict the middle portions of next week. Yes, from like Wednesday to Christmas Eve on Saturday, a big storm system that may indeed produce a decent amount of snow from Oklahoma all the way to upstate New York. So there's numerous states in the mix, including the Ohio Valley. Yeah, the models are showing a good chunk of Kentucky, Indiana, Illinois, Ohio, areas that could see maybe a white Christmas in the offing this year. Yeah, we'll tell you what we know at this point. It's, obviously nearly a week out, 5-6 days away. So the forecast is going to be subject to change. But yes, indeed, for those who long for a white Christmas, there could be many areas that do not typically see those. You might have it in 2022. After he made that call, I actually went back to the archives because I was kind of reminiscing. I remember as a kid years where we could get out and ride our bikes or our skateboards or whatever roller skates, whatever you got for Christmas. Other Christmases, it would be bitterly cold. And if you got a sled or a snow shovel for Christmas, it depended from one year to the next. But I was kind of surprised overall, over more than 100 years, the averages for Southwest Ohio to see a white Christmas, it's only about 16% of the time. So actually not all that common. All right, we'll check in with some of our listening friends via Facebook coming up here. And, of course, we'll give you more on what may be unfolding in the coming week. And we'll take a look back at areas that did indeed get buried in the snow, the blizzard conditions which actually continue as we roll into a Friday morning. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, so what do we have going on? Phone lines open at 844-844-3388. Philly Dan checks in first on a Friday. Good morning, everyone. Stay safe out there. Hello to Debbie, a.k.a. the Idaho Queen, she calls herself. Actually from Bozeman, Montana, where we have a lot of snow. 18 degrees. Feels like 14, and yes, still snowing. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. Got a little wintry mix tonight. Let's see. Chircatize, New York, on 87 northbound with 37 degrees. All right. So a little wintry mix there. 007 checking in from Overland, Kansas tonight, making a delivery. All right, hello from the Michigan Madman. Still broke down on 131. Ugh. Oh, well, it could be worse. Thank God it's Friday. All right, hope they get you up and running there, Michigan Madman. Rockpick checks in saying, Happy Friday. Timothy, good morning. No rain, at least. All right. Gilligan, morning, Steve, and fellow listeners. At this hour, it is dry. We're at 38 degrees in Ironton, Virginia. Yes, we did get quite a bit of ice. Got a lot of ice in the eastern panhandle of West Virginia. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. We've got 41 degrees in Georgetown, Kentucky. I'm sitting in the pilot seat of the best-looking cow truck on the boulevard, waiting to load. Special shout-out to the Hall of Famer, Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Bluegrass Stockyards. All right. Hello to Cliff. Good morning. Marianne, morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Hey, Steve, Bashful wants to know if you have your Christmas tree up and if you have any pictures of your Christmas tree. Yes, indeed. The Christmas tree is up, and last couple of years, the wife has got into this. I guess it's for the grandkids and whatnot. She used to do the beautiful, almost like it looked like a Macy's Christmas tree, all the fine ornaments and all that. She got into this whole elf on the shelf thing, and our tree is literally covered with elves. It's all the elf theme. But I'll have to see if I can get some pictures and throw them up there for you on Facebook. All right, I'll do that. Let's see. Todd is on board. Hello there, Steve. There are 3 NFL games on Saturday. Okay. I was not aware of that. Okay. Thank you for the heads up. 5-7 says, I did not get the notice on Facebook. Copy the mail. Okay, well, we are here. Unlike... I was just thinking before the show, 1 week ago at this hour, Thursday night into Friday morning, you did not get the notification because this guy, Steve Summers, was under the covers, sick as a dog, felt like I was going to die. 1 minute you're freezing to death and then all piled up under the blankets. And during the overnight hours, I went through that whole horrible sweating it out kind of thing. Finally broke the fever, but flu bug was no fun. I can just say, thank the good Lord above that he, along with maybe Tamiflu, was able to get me over that pretty quick. I was feeling a whole lot. Obviously, by Sunday night, Monday morning, we were back here live. Just thankful that I didn't have a case. Like I see so many people saying that I've been sick as a dog for 2 weeks, 3 weeks. It's seeming like it's never going to end with the flu. Obviously, it affects different people in different ways. I got lucky with I didn't have a whole lot of the sinus congestion and all that. Didn't really affect my voice, thank goodness. But here we are live on a Friday, 1 week later, feeling a whole lot better. Billy says, good morning, Steve Summers and the overnight drive, folks. 37 degrees in Hawaii River, North Carolina. Everybody have a great day. Are you with me? Hello, Big Ed. Good morning. I'm coming out of retirement. Should be back among the living the last week of January. He's actually going to get back out there on the road. Give us a jingle, Ed. What's been happening? Hello to Millie. Good morning, Steve. All the listeners. We've got 40 degrees here in Foster, Kentucky. Feels about like 35. A little bit of wind. Everybody stay safe. And, oh, by the way, I hate winter, she says. I tell you, a lot of folks that probably do right about now hate winter. As it's not even officially winter yet. We've got a few days left. What is it, 20th, 21st? We'll be going through our winter solstice. The longest night of the year. Shortest amount of sunlight here in the northern hemisphere coming up next week. And believe it or not, once you get through that, you actually do begin the process of adding a little more daylight sunshine hours with each progressive day, but it takes a long, long time. But those that are buried literally under maybe 4 feet of snow with the blizzard conditions, thousands without power, hundreds of folks stranded on the roadways, at least one injured in Utah after an avalanche there. About 20 miles southeast of Salt Lake City, an avalanche at Neff's Canyon sent one person to the hospital on Wednesday. Spoke with the battalion chief, according to KSL News. He said they were aware of an avalanche about 2.5 miles up the canyon where the burn scar was from the Neff's fire last summer. According to KSL TV's Jed Bull, police believe the 35-year-old backcountry skier rescued off the mountain has a broken femur, an injured arm, and may have suffered from hypothermia, but at least they're alive. All right, further east in the mountains, in the higher terrain of Utah, snowfall totals much higher compared to Salt Lake City. Alta, Utah, about 10,000 feet above sea level, 47 inches of snow measured there as of Wednesday morning. Let's get a news break.
USA News Update. It's a cold night for millions in America. From the Dakotas and upper Midwest region to the Northeast, there are concerns about severe weather, high wind, and blowing snow.
Tow trucks, loaders, snow blowers. We got plenty of gas, plenty of fuel. We got plenty of salt. Up to 6,500 utility workers, which really are become frontline workers when you're desperately trying to get the heat back on in the house.
Peak snowfall is expected to reach 1 to 2 inches in New York from tonight into Friday morning, while blizzard conditions in the Dakotas could result in nearly half a foot of snow in places. A group of Louisiana police officers being charged in connection with a death in custody incident. A total of 5 officers are facing state charges in the case. They're accused in connection with the 2019 death in custody of a black motorist named Ronald Green. Charges in the case range from negligent homicide to malfeasance. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Paid for by government.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 50 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-888-201-7060, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-888-201-7060. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-888-201-7060 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-888-201-7060.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, those phone lines are open on a Friday morning, so jump on board. Hello, Bourbon Street. Gary back with us. Good morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive family. Windy, cold on I-70 in Missouri. Headed for Blue Springs. Now, enjoy your Christmas gift there, Steve. Thank you very much. Omaha Steaks. Yes, indeed. Appreciate that, Gary. Hello from Sweet Pea. Check it in. Good morning. Good to have you with us. All right, Marianne is on board as well. Yeah, back to our winter storm. The blizzard side of this monster storm, as things did finally start to wind down Thursday morning. Some very impressive snowfall totals across Utah, Nebraska, South and North Dakota, Minnesota, Michigan. Highest snowfall total from the storm came from Alta. Other snowfall totals ranging from 2 feet, 3 feet. Deadwood, South Dakota, about 30 miles northwest of Rapid City. 36 inches over a 48-hour period, if you can imagine that. Finland, Minnesota, about 60 miles northeast of Duluth, 29 inches over 48 hours there. Of course, in Duluth, the heavy snow bands over the course of 3 hours resulted in the storm officially being designated a blizzard there Wednesday morning. They actually encountered some thunder snow. Although more than 100 snowplows were working around the clock across Minnesota trying to clear the snow, dropping salt, lots of accidents reported. The emergency crews responded to at least 17 crashes and 20 additional disabled vehicles that had slid off the road in the wintry conditions. Travel disruptions not limited, of course, to Minnesota. South Dakota, the DOT there said I-29 was still closed yesterday. Trucks traveling north should consider long-term parking options in the meantime. The North Dakota DOT with an update Thursday morning that the high winds, some additional snow, and icy conditions were creating quite the challenges and delays to snow removal on roadways throughout that state. Of course, as the winter continued in the northern plains, major airports across the region, cancellations, flight delays, power outages continued to climb into the thousands Thursday morning, with more than 45,000 without power They're in Minnesota Thursday morning. In Wisconsin, it was at 70,000 in the dark this past morning. So those numbers have been cut more than half there. Michigan, we had 43,700 without power. Of course, same storm shifted into the Northeast Thursday morning. Looks like drier conditions will be in the offing across the northern plains in the wake of the storm. But already forecasters tracking that extremely cold air mass that's going to be dropping in from Siberia, and it's going to plunge that region into the deep freeze. Everything's going to be frozen up solid as a rock. Hey, truck drivers to the rescue. A truck driver helping 3 college students stranded in northern New Mexico to make their way back to school for finals. Despite the bad weather, 3 students, they say, at Fort Lewis College in Durango, Colorado, decided to take a quick trip to Denver before finals. Unfortunately, the trio did not take into account the snow that had been predicted to be moving through southwest Colorado and northern New Mexico until it was too late. On their way back to Durango, they were warned during a stop in South Fork that the Mini Cooper they were driving, you ain't going to make it up Wolf Creek Pass. Yeah, you're not even legally allowed to drive there without snow tires or chains. And due to that, the 3 decided to go around the pass, taking them into northern New Mexico, where plenty of snow had already fallen there as well. Highway 17 headed south from Antonito. The trio and the car indeed got stuck. That's where the true predicament started. One of the 3 called the only friend at Fort Lewis College that she knew that had a 4-wheel drive vehicle. Yeah, she called me at like 9 o'clock, told me she couldn't get over here. I was hanging out working on a paper, and I was the only one they knew that had a bigger vehicle. I had the Toyota Tacoma. So I just got up and I drove out there. Now, instead of staying put and waiting for assistance, the 3 women, they made a bad decision. They chose to get out of the car and try to hitchhike to the nearest town. Not a good decision. Typically, experts advise do not do that. Well, thankfully, a truck driver came to the rescue. A guy by the name of Marcus, we'll call him. The trucker from Houston picked up the 3 and agreed to take them to Chama. They were very grateful. He dropped us off. We shook his hand. Sweetest man ever. There you go. All right. So all's well that ends well, but yeah, not the advice they normally recommend. Yeah, last week someone said, is it just me or are Love's travel centers popping up like Dollar General stores all over the country? There was just last week 4 that opened in one day. Yeah, I guess that's the case because yesterday, Thursday, Love's opening 3 new truck stops in 3 different states. This adds another 231 truck parking spaces to the Love's network around the country. New Love stores opening December 15th. You had Muscatine, Iowa, Patterson, California, and Normal, Illinois. Now, according to a spokesperson for Love's, there's no better time to open 3 locations in one day than during the month of December, as professional drivers and the 4-wheel customers are on the highways for the holiday season. Whether it's fresh food, snacks, coffee, just somewhere to stretch your legs, we're excited to show customers highway hospitality. So for the Muscatine, Iowa, what do we have here? I guess that's a rather small truck parking capacity, just 29 truck parking spaces. Patterson, California, that's 91 truck parking spaces. And the location in Normal, Illinois, 111 truck parking spaces there. Of course, as I mentioned, Love's last week opened 4 new stores: Morris, Illinois, Lancaster, Ohio, Loudon, Tennessee, and Carthage, Texas. All right, our number, 844-844-3388. Get to some of the other industry headlines. Caught in the news break there, top of the hour. So they strike a deal. We will not shut down the government today. They're about to run out of money. It's a 1-week extension. And I guess they're hoping in that additional week, obviously the Democrats are hoping that they can come to strike a deal for a 1-year omnibus spending bill. Many Republicans are saying, let's hold off until maybe January when the new Congress is seated and we can strip some of this baloney spending out of this legislation. I found some numbers. There are over, this is what pork barrel spending is all about, right? There are 7,500 earmarks totaling $16 billion that they're trying to negotiate in this year-long omnibus spending bill. If they do pass the year-long bill, that would take it till the end of the fiscal year 23, September of 2023. As key lawmakers indicated earlier this week, there is a framework agreement, but Bloomberg government reported that there are over 7,500 earmarks in this appropriations bill. 3,123 earmarks, totaling over $7 billion, almost $8 billion on the Senate side. 4,300 plus earmarks, totaling more than $8 billion on the House side. Big bucks, it's just money, right? Now, the earmarks, it's slightly less, they say, than 1% of the overall cost of the bill, which we are talking $1.7 trillion. The government funding package they're hoping to finish. Apparently, members had agreed to a 1% limit to new earmarks, the process ahead of the fiscal 2022 year. Earmarks, that's spending provisions that lawmakers attach to bills that are likely to pass, obviously. You have to fund the government, right? The Congressional Research Service has defined earmarks as a benefit to, quote, a specific entity or state or locality, or maybe a congressional district, other than through a statutory or administrative formula or a competitive award process. Ultimately, this allows lawmakers to put what they call pork into bills to fund projects in their districts. And in most cases, it's all about garnering their vote to support the overall package. Oh, you need $2 million for this little pet project. Oh, you want a walking trail there in Boulder. All right, well, to garner your support. Well, okay, we'll give you that if you'll support the bigger bill, right? That's how you end up with trillions of dollars in spending and billions of what would be unnecessary spending. Shouldn't be in there. All right, our number, 844-844-3388. Where are we at? It's a Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, no problem getting through at this moment. The lines are clear. Hello to Scooter. Let's see. From the email bag, Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Steve, the USA News. I'd say that's improved over USA Radio News. I like it. It's a little different sound there, but yeah, I guess they've changed the name. It's the same service. We did not change services, just USA News, as they called it there. Something new, I guess they started this past day. Steve, my man, I notice you're not on YouTube. I hope the cancel culture didn't get you again. Keep on keeping on. We love you dearly. Thank you much. I think is that Gerald? Dipsy Driver checks in. Morning, Steve, and the most informed audience out there. 34, a little light snow here in mid-Michigan. This is going to be pretty much our high for the day today. You weren't kidding about that bug going around. Yeah, I thought I got lucky after feeling a little better yesterday. Hit me pretty hard last night and most of the day today. Yeah, we'll see how it goes later today. I did hear on your podcast you were back on YouTube. You know what? We were on for, I believe, like 2.5 hours. That was, the show dumped out about 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning. All right, let's see. Wheelchair Dave checking in. Did you get kicked off YouTube after one night? Yeah, no, it wasn't even a night. Yeah, Hillbilly Tex may have been right. They may have flipped the switch to put the show back on accidentally, because I don't think it's been 2 full weeks. And if we're coming back at all, I don't know. But regardless of that, we got the app, we got our hundreds of listeners, we still got the Facebook. TNCradio.live, you name it. It is 844-844-3388. Have we forgot the true meaning of Christmas? Bah, humbug. A full 75% of Americans say, indeed, people have forgotten the real meaning of Christmas. This was an Ipsos poll released this past day. Survey. What else did we find out? 12% of Americans think Mariah Carey's All I Want for Christmas Is You is the most annoying and or overplayed Christmas song. That's funny. Let's see. Some of the, key findings. 85% of Americans say they decorate their home for the holidays. 41% saying they personally start taking down decorations in the first week of January. That's about right where we are. We leave the tree up and the decorations. Typically, it's that first, after the New Year's rolls in, you start taking things down. 87% say waiting until at least after Thanksgiving is the most appropriate time to start playing Christmas music in public, stores and whatnot. You notice in recent years, it is literally the day after Halloween. Halloween, October 31, November 1. Numerous radio stations in this town immediately go to 24-hour Christmas music from there until the new year, the day after Halloween. 42% of Americans say they strongly agree with the idea that people have forgotten the real meaning of Christmas. The level of agreement on that statement that people have forgotten the real meaning of Christmas kind of varies by religion, party affiliation, and even age. Christians are more likely, they say, 84%, to think Americans have forgotten the real meaning of Christmas compared to non-religious Americans, but it's still 60% of them. Agreement is also higher among Republicans and respondents over the age of 50 versus Democrats and those ages 18 to 24 or 25 to 34, respectively. But 75% overall say we have forgotten the true meaning of Christmas. Yeah, I think that's the truth. Captain Ron, I believe.
Happy Friday. That means it's one day closer to the best day of the week, and that's Monday.
Mm-hmm.
You know that's true.
It'll be here. It'll be here before you know it. These regular old weekends go by really quick. Yes, sir.
I think Scarecrow loves his Mondays too, don't he?
Yeah, speaking of Scarecrow, we haven't heard from Scarecrow this week at all, I don't think. Did he say he was going on vacation or something?
I don't remember. I was going to ask if I know he didn't call last night, but I don't think he's called all week.
All week? No. Hope everything's all right with him.
I was going to say, I hope he didn't fall off the roof putting up those Christmas lights. That's nothing to laugh at, I guess. We had a little tornado in St. Pete today. Said it was a F1 touchdown for just a brief moment.
Really?
Knocked over some trees and stuff. I didn't hear anything in my house. It's south of me a little bit, not too far, but I'm in Clearwater, and that was St. Pete. There's Largo and Seminole, in between. But, yeah, it was pretty nasty storms that rolled through Florida today, at least my neck of the woods. 49 degrees here in Valdosta. That's a little chilly for my shorts.
You've still been in the 70s and 80s, haven't you? Mostly?
Yeah. We're supposed to be down to the mid to upper 60s this weekend, but it'll pop back up to 70s again, I'm sure. But other than that, I don't know what else I got. I heard you clear lines, so I figured I'd feel sorry for you and give you a phone call.
Well, it is a Friday. Normally, we're typically pretty stacked and packed on Fridays. Everybody it was really, as I'm going through the news, it was kind of what you call a slow news day. I'd say a whole heck of a lot going on, I guess.
Right. Now, the Feds did go up another 0.5%, didn't they?
Yes, Wednesday of this week.
That what it went up?
Correct.
So what are we at now? Like 7.5 or something like that?
I'd have to look. I've kind of lost track. I don't know if it's that high or not.
One of my friends he put it on his Facebook what we thought it would go up to, and I said by the end of the year, and I said 9%, but I over-exaggerate a little bit anyway, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
The fuel, you get below Ocala, and it's like $4.40 for diesel. And you get a quart of Ocala and above, it's like $4.70, $4.75. That's a big difference there, but it seems to be dropping down in Florida anyways. Gas, we're down to $2.99.
I don't know if I touched on the national average earlier this week or not. I know I had the numbers. I might still have them in the stack here somewhere. But Pro Miles said the national average is down to 502. We may drop below $5 national average next week.
good. But it wouldn't factor into the inflation that fast, would it? I mean, we wouldn't see it like in the grocery stores and stuff, would we?
Yeah, no, not that quick. It'll take some time. All the overall inflation numbers are moderating a bit, but they did say earlier this week that food inflation is actually still going up, pretty significant.
Oh, the prices are getting crazy. I was looking at a package of bologna for Knuckle Buster, but the beef bologna was $6.95 for a package of bologna.
$6.95. Now, is that like a truck stop price?
No, it was Publix.
Wow, that's off the rails. All right. Well, Cap and Rob, thanks for checking. I got to get my top of the hour news update.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. A deal is done in D.C. to keep the lights on in the federal government, at least another week.
The government was set to run out of money Friday. The $858 billion National Defense Authorization Act extends funding for federal agencies for another week as Congress continues to iron out a massive full-year spending package. I'm Tim Berg.
Congress recently reaching an agreement to fund national defense, setting the next year's budget for the military in amended legislation. Republican Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell discusses one provision to counter the Chinese government's influence.
It will authorize a new joint force headquarters right there in the region and make sure that U.S. military installations are not commercial destinations for goods that have been produced with Uyghur slave labor.
Referring to the Uyghur Muslims under an alleged genocide and slavery in China. It's a cold night for millions in America. From the Dakotas and upper Midwest region to the Northeast, there are concerns about severe weather, heavy rain, high wind, and blowing snow.
Tow trucks, loaders, snow blowers. We got plenty of gas, plenty of fuel. We got plenty of salt. We are ready to respond. Up to 6,500 utility workers, which really are become frontline workers when you're desperately trying to get the heat back on in the house.
New York Governor Kathy Hochul. Peak snowfall expected to reach 1 to 2 inches in New York State from tonight into Friday morning, amid lots of other gloomy economic news. Here's one tiny bright spot. Mortgage rates are down.
Slightly down. Freddie Mac says the average for a 30-year fixed-rate loan is now 6.31%, down 0.02 of a point from the week before. A year ago, you could score that loan for 3.1%. Rates have been rising, but analysts say the mortgage rate declines of the past 5 weeks could be a sign that inflation has peaked. I'm Rich Johnson.
This is USA News.
MyPillow is excited to bring you their biggest bedding sale ever, just in time for Christmas. Get the Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98. A set of pillowcases only $9.98. Rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper for as low as $99.99. They also have blankets in a variety of sizes, colors, and styles. They even have blankets for your pets. Get duvets, quilts, down comforters, body pillows, bolster pillows, and so much more, all with the biggest discounts ever. They're also extending their money-back guarantee for Christmas until March 1st, 2023, making them the perfect gifts for your friends, your family, and everyone you know. So go to MyPillow.com and use promo code USA or call 800-951-8175 and you'll get huge discounts on all MyPillow bedding products, including the Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98. And get all your shopping done now while quantities last.
Picking up the pieces in Louisiana and in the Big Easy following deadly and devastating storms there this week. City streets in New Orleans rocked by a tornado Wednesday, causing damage to several homes in the area. City Sanitation Director Matt Torrey.
Our crews will continue to be working daily, sun up to sundown until the debris is collected. And we'll work collaboratively with residents to make sure that we're getting them back in good working order at their households.
At least 3 people are dead elsewhere in Louisiana. New Orleans was also hit by tornadoes back in March. Americans can order 4 more free COVID-19 tests through the mail. Started today, part of the Biden administration's plan to deal with an increase in COVID cases sparked by indoor holiday gatherings. The test can be ordered on covidtests.gov. The government urging folks to test themselves when they have symptoms and before visiting with family. The U.S. National Archives dumping thousands of new documents, perhaps shedding new light on the Kennedy assassination.
The information comes from about 8,000 documents related to the death of President John F. Kennedy. However, a White House memo adds that there are a number of records that contain information for, quote, continued postponement of public disclosure until June 30th. It notes that those files may cause harm to defense, intelligence operations, law enforcement, or foreign relations. Kennedy was assassinated on November 22, 1963 in Dallas, Texas. I'm Tyler Kuehl.
I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, for our friends in the Central Time Zone, welcome into a Friday. That would include our friends in the shadow of the Johnson Space Center. Hello, Mr. Kelly. Just got your email. Good morning from TNCRadio.live. Coming up right after the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. You don't want to miss 2 all-new shows of interest to every driver. First up, it's Mind Your Truckin' Business. We have nothing against replacing America's fleet with electric vehicles. Yeah, we also don't have anything against Santa Claus flying in and handing us $1 million. One's nice. One's a nice story. The other's a total myth, though. Listen in as we point out some of the major flaws in the math and the common sense issues when it comes to the concept of a fully deployed electric vehicle world. Then Charlie Claiborne holds a roundtable discussion with 5 women whose husbands are out there on the road. They have some strong opinions on topics like safe truck parking, electronic logging devices. Yeah, there were no holds barred in this frank discussion with those who have to keep the home fires burning. So don't forget, tune into TNCRadio.live right after the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, 5 a.m. Eastern Time this morning. Are you with me?
I'm with you this morning, Steve. How we doing?
All right. I wondered if we'd ever hear from you this week. What's been happening?
Yeah, I've just been getting my Christmas shopping done. I don't know why, because everybody around here is getting sick, so I think they're going to be canceling Christmas around here.
Uh-oh.
If you've got COVID. And I'm trying to stay away from many of the people as I can, but, that gets to be hard to do at times.
Yeah.
I went up to the nursing home. They had a party up there for the residents there. I really enjoyed that. That's the meaning of Christmas. Go up there and spend with your love. I got a brother in the nursing home, but seeing old friends up there and just eating snacks and just having a good time, playing music. And so that was a real good, heartfelt day, what the day was. So I found out something new today. And I was, we get this, and I think I've sent it to you before, called All About Hennessy.
Mm-hmm.
They had all the little kids' letters to Santa Claus. And naturally, I was reading them and, kind of doing a memory trip about when I was a kid, what you wanted for Christmas versus what kids want today. Back in my day, I can remember wanting to be Matt Dillon on Gunsmoke, getting a set of holsters, a holster with a set of guns and a cowboy hat.
Yep.
Or them Sock'em robots.
Yep.
Remember them?
Absolutely.
But, and you might know what it is, but I did not know what it was until I went to that party up there at the nursing home. But I was reading this one letter from this little girl, I think she's in 2nd grade, and said she wanted a Squishmallow. Now, do you know what a Squishmallow is?
A Squishmallow? That's a new one on me. No, sir.
Yeah. I was thinking, maybe she just didn't know what she was writing or saying. And I was kind of laughing about it. And then I get up there, and one of the ladies, they brought the residents gifts. She got a stuffed, real soft, cushiony, I think it was like a unicorn.
Yeah.
But it was squishy and it was soft. And I was kind of sitting there kind of playing with it. And then I looked at the tag and it said Squishmallow. I started laughing. I mean, it cracked me up. I thought, good Lord. Learned something new today. So I know what a Squishmallow is.
I'm
surprised with your grandkids.
I just pulled it. I pulled it up. I'm looking at it. The Amazon Squishmallow, the little stuffed, all the little animal characters, I guess.
Right, and so as I was reading through that, I noticed a lot of other kids were saying they wanted a Squishmallow.
How about that?
And then I go to the nursing home. First time I ever seen one. And I just thought that was funny. I thought it was hilarious. I thought, man, I'm almost 65 and I learned something new. So you're never too old to learn something new.
Well, see,
it's just a generational change.
See if you can't get your hands on a Jack the Black Cat Squishmallow. They said that's one of the rare Jack the Black Cat. It sells for $1,400 to as much as $2,000 on eBay. Ha!
Are you serious?
He was the first
you
first limited edition Squishmallow sold to the Kelly Toys website. I guess Kelly Toys is the manufacturer. There were only 500 of them made, but $1,400 to $2,000. Are you kidding me?
Well, you remember back when they had that Cabbage Patch Kid?
Oh yeah,
back in the '80s,
right?
And then it was the collection become the Beanie Babies.
That's it, Beanie Babies.
People would get plumb crazy, and it just. And I remember the craze over the Cabbage Patch Kids. You know, I wish I had all the money that Kay spent on our grandkids over stuff, because I'd have a wheelbarrow full of money.
Yeah,
you know, these grandmas, and I'm sure you're going through the same thing. You know, they got to buy all them toys for them kids at Christmas. So, but you know, that's what it's about. I love participating in it. So, but I was kind of disappointed that we're kind of canceling all of our Christmas around here. But it ain't worth everybody getting together and getting sick with that flu and then the COVID. But you know, I'm one of these I told you so people. You know, I went and got that flu shot and a booster too. You know, so knock on wood, I hadn't had no issues. So, what time do you go to bed in the morning?
Oh, I typically stay up till at noon, 1 o'clock, something like that. Now Friday may be different.
I'm gonna call you.
Yeah, give me a ring.
Yeah, I'm going to discuss with you what we had talked about there several days ago. About that phone call.
Okay.
I was wanting to make, and so kind of get that squared away. What day would be a good day? And then I get with my niece, because she's working a 7-game homestand this week. You know, with the Oklahoma City Thunder, and so we'll get it squared away.
Sounds like a plan.
So, boy.
I touched on it Sunday night, Monday morning. I know I get you probably dozed off before I got around. Give us an update. I shared that story about the illegal marijuana farm and the Chinese nationals coming in, buying up farmland all over the country. Anything new on that?
Well, right now, the only thing, I think the last report I gave you, released on that report, the individual that got shot, he's now in the jail with the guy that shot him.
Oh, wow.
And he was supposedly one of the investors. Now, the way I understand it, he was the one that was getting all these, what they call ghost owners, so they could supposedly get their license to operate this thing. All right? Are you with me?
Right.
All right. The way I understood it, this particular grow facility had supposedly about 75 so-called ghost owners. So, but for them to get the license, they have to be a registered citizen of the state.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where these ghost owners come in. And it's still going to be under investigation, because you got to know, Steve, that there's higher ups in the state that might have their fingers in this. And this particular grow farm, that, it's supposed to be about medical marijuana. They come out and admitted that this particular grow farm was supplying marijuana on the black market. It wasn't going to no medical facility.
Mm-hmm.
And that our state has allowed this to come to be, but with the lousy laws that these Chinese nationals, and they're the ones that's doing it, coming in here buying up this land and opening up these so-called grow facilities. But to do that, they've got to have somebody that supposedly owns the land that's a state citizen. And they're circumventing every law that we got in this state. And every one of these facilities that you see, they're fenced, they're heavily guarded, and I can assure you there is no American citizen working in those facilities.
Correct.
They're bringing in outside labor from China. And I can assure you with that, and I don't have the proof or the facts in front of me, but that leads to slave labor. I can guarantee you they do that. Just based on the history of China. It's not far-fetched. That's what's going on. Now, the state has confiscated that particular facility that we're talking about. And they're going to confiscate a bunch of others. There's a bunch of others that's under investigation.
Well, because
what bugs me...
that one guy, the ghost owner, as they call him, or whatever, that wasn't really a resident, supposedly, did I understand correct, he had ties to supposedly like 60 or 70 other farms in the state?
Yes. How? Now, we're talking about the shooter.
Yeah.
But then the other guy that's in the jail that he shot, he was one of the four. I think there was 4 people that got killed, and then the one guy got in. Well, this guy that got shot, he's in jail with him, supposedly, because he violated the laws. And I'm thinking, well, how do you violate the laws if you went and got the particular permits other than the fact that he brought on what they call ghost owners? And so, therefore, by doing that, he violated our state law.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, that's where it's at. But they got them both locked up down there in the county jail. Now, a lot of people saying that some of these people are what they call the Chinese triad, more like a mafia organization. It's going to run deep, and I trust them. Every time I hear about it, I'm going to let you know about it.
Okay.
Now I crashed my Facebook page.
No, you can't. You canceled yours out, or what?
No, I still got my Facebook, but I kicked all my friends off there.
Okay.
I kept getting hacked, and I still got Steve Summers Overnight group on there, but I kept getting hacked by. I don't know who the hell was doing it, but I got tired of them hacking me and putting gay pride on my picture.
Oh, boy, okay.
Steve, I'm tolerant of other people's lives. And I don't try to tell people how to live their life. And, if I'm friends with them, don't start shoving your bull crap down my throat. If I can't be friends with the people, then all of a sudden they're hacking my page and putting gay pride around my damn picture. That's where I draw the line. People, well, you're not tolerant. Now, yes, I am tolerant. I don't sit and run gay people down.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, their life is their life. If you want to be my friend, I'll be your friend, but don't start hacking my page. And some of these people, that's all they got to do. They want to shove their agenda down your throat like what went on out there in Colorado. They wanted to shove it down everybody's throat. What happened, and they constantly reported on it, but yet this crime out there in Oklahoma can't even make the national headline news. Now, what's the driven agenda behind that?
Yeah.
Or am I missing something here? So I thought, it's just time to, because, I had some friends on there that I'd try to go in and look, and if I hadn't seen anything posted in a while, I thought, well, you're out of here. And I just didn't know where it was coming from, so I crashed everybody.
Gotcha.
And then, the first of the year, I might kick it back up, but I still have Facebook per se, because that's what I'm listening to your show on tonight. Until they kick you off. If they kick you off, then the hell with Facebook, I'll completely shut it down. I don't need it, but I don't want that headache of people hacking my page, and I don't know how they're doing it. What really burns me is Facebook would send me a message and said, somebody was trying to open up an account in your name. We're going to check if it's against our community standards, then come back with another message, this don't go against our community standards. And I sent them a message, why not? I'm not the one that's doing it.
Mm-hmm.
And whoever was doing it was spelling my damn last name wrong anyway.
Huh.
So you're telling me that's all right for some skunk to hack my page, and that's okay? Facebook needs to get their act together. We're going to be like this. What's this outfit with Musk?
Twitter.
Yeah, so I wish somebody like Trump would start a new social media page and just completely do away with it.
Well, he's got the truth. He's got the Truth Social, which is, I guess, essentially more like a Twitter. But I don't think you can post videos and things like that. Like we wouldn't be able to be on it. It's just more of a little comment thing back and forth.
Facebook has the positive side of it. I loved it because I keep up with my family, and then I like finding what I thought was accurate news stories and sharing them. And but it just you get tired of the crap after a while. It just gets old. Well, what do you think about old Mike Leach? Wasn't that a shocker?
Yeah, that's sad.
I mean, that just really blew my mind. And, I really always liked his coaching. And 61 years old, God, you'd think, these football coaches would be, as much as they push their players to stay healthy, that they'd look after their own health as well. At least, I do now, or I would if I was a coach. But unfortunately,
I hadn't heard. Did he have? Do you know? Did he have previous heart issues, or was this just kind of like out of nowhere?
I think it just happened.
Wow,
I really do. They said he was fighting pneumonia. I watched one interview where he was doing all that coughing and hacking. I think it was just probably one of these deals of his veins plugged up and boom, he was gone. And there's no telling, I don't know that he didn't go get a complete physical. Here about 5 years ago, I got a complete physical and got my heart checked out, my veins checked out. And you would think. But he had that, I guess he had it at home.
Mm-hmm.
Because when I was reading it, it said he was out for 15 minutes before they could ever get a rhythm going back into his heart. So based on what I was reading, it's just the assumption of losing other loved ones that had these massive heart attacks because their veins were just completely plugged up. But they couldn't do nothing for him. It's like Glenda when her dad passed. He'd had a physical the week before. Then the next week, he's at the heart hospital, and his veins all plugged up, and there wasn't nothing they could do. They couldn't even go in and put stents in. That's just how bad they was. The plaque built up. Well, you got to think that that's what happened to him. That was really, like I said, I always enjoyed watching his teams play. He was a good coach. So, other than that, Steve, I am going back out on the road. Did I tell you that?
I shared that here. Yeah, your comment there out of the box. So by the end of January, you got something lined up?
Yeah. Got it lined up. Got to do orientation week, I think 17th of January. I'm going back to the company I was working for when I retired. That was Black Hawk Transportation.
Okay.
They're out of Beloit. They treated me good when I was out there for couple of years.
How about that?
That's who I was working for when I was retired, and I thought, well, if I'm going back with them because, I know how they operate. The one thing I love about them, if I needed to get home, I need to go home, boom, drop the trailer, start bobtailing that truck home. No questions, just go. So, they offer a lot to me. So I'll be running that probably. I'll run up into Minnesota and then down to Alabama or even out to Virginia. But that's kind of a big circle right there about what I'll be doing. And the accounting I'm going to be on, I can be home every weekend. But when I'm out there, I usually stay out.
So is that, you're going to be back out on the work? Is that the oil field work?
No, that's road trucking.
Road trucking?
Oh, I could go by. Yeah, I could go back to getting into oil field job. I can go get a good paying day job. I could do that. But I don't want to do that. I want to run out there on the road.
I'll be darned.
I love it out there. I do. I love it. Maybe I'm sick in the head. I don't know. It just gives me what I want out of life.
Yeah.
It just, I don't know. I just love it out there. I guess it's just me, but I never had no issue. You know, you do what the DOT tells you. Don't try to violate the laws. Don't get no hurry. I got patience. I go in a place and they're not ready for me. Okay, I'm out there. Come and wake me up. Or I'll sit out there and tinker with the truck. But I don't ever get upset because I may have to sit 4 or 5 hours. Yeah, it's eating up my clock. Well, guess what? I only got 4 hours left in my day to run. I'll just go run in 4 hours. So I never got upset about stuff like that. It gives me that fulfillment I want and need. So
yeah,
I'm going back out there, and like I say, I got it set up to go in mid-January. So I'm really looking forward to getting back out there. This retirement thing to me is just for the birds. So that's my opinion. You know what your old dad always told us? Truck driver retires and don't stay busy. That truck driver ain't gonna live very long.
Yep. Got to find something to do.
So,
all right. Well, hey,
so,
we'll chat with you maybe later this morning. Then get things, like you say, buckled up with Ashley and whatnot, and get things lined up.
Okay, Steve. We appreciate you, sir. We'll talk to you later.
Have a great weekend. Yeah, like I said, we'll chat later. Let me see here. Big Sexy. He says, I'm not liking this forecast. He sent me the link from the storm team there in Jonesboro, Arkansas, down in his neck of the woods. And it's kind of like the extended forecast through next week and right up into Christmas Eve. So, yeah, not too bad for the coming days. You get some sunshine here as we head into the weekend and through the weekend, highs in the low 40s. Then you start next week, 30s, 40 degrees. And then Thursday, Friday, things start going downhill. The overnight lows, you drop in Thursday night going down to 16. Friday, a high of 26, then down to 13. Saturday, Christmas Eve, high of only 24, down to 17 for Christmas morning. There's that Arctic air coming in. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It'll be quite a hit from Mother Nature in the upper Midwest and Northeast tonight and tomorrow. Winter storm tracks across the country and from the coast. New York State stands to receive heavy rain, damaging winds, and even some snow from this storm system. New York Governor Kathy Hochul.
Our peak is going to be about 1 to 2 inches per hour Thursday night through Friday.
She says the state's prepared thousands of utility workers, along with snowplows, salt and sand for the roads and other affected parts of the state. Russian officials being hit with a new round of sanctions from the U.S. One Russian oligarch is among those targeted. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken described that person as, quote, a close associate of President Putin. Nearly 24 Russian governors were also hit with sanctions. The Biden administration announcing today that starting today, you could order 4 more mail-in COVID-19 tests. Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Paid for by government.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 50 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-888-201-7060, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-888-201-7060. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-888-201-7060 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-888-201-7060.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, right on the heels of what has been a very ugly weather week, compliments of Mother Nature. Yeah, we're still dealing with that storm. Yeah, heavy snow tonight as we speak. So here, there are some areas picking 1 to 2 inches per hour up. They're in much of New York, some of the heaviest snow, upstate New York. But yeah, a lot of snow. From Albany to Syracuse up to Kingston, Ontario. Heavy snow coming down tonight. But already looking ahead, here in just a few days, I mean, we've been talking about the Arctic blast coming in later next week, starting about midweek into Christmas weekend. But prior to that, we may have another pretty decent cross-country snowmaker in the offing early next week. The potential for snow and ice will impact parts of the U.S. where even just a small accumulation of ice can cause some big problems. It's just a preview of the much colder, more wintry pattern that's coming to the eastern 2/3 of the country later next week. Get an early look here. The several ingredients will play pivotal roles in the development of the storm. The atmospheric energy component moves ashore in Southern California and Baja California, Mexico this weekend with very little fanfare. Needed moisture will then drift into the U.S. from the Gulf of Mexico as that energy arrives in the southern plains. Probably, we're talking Sunday night into Monday morning. Finally, the third ingredient for a wintry mess is the cold air. That will already be in place. Still some uncertainty about if or where exactly these ingredients are going to come together, according to forecasters, but there's increasing concern Parts of the plains and the Mississippi Valley may wake up Monday morning to snow and ice and big-time travel delays. It seems like the big question at this point will be how far north the moisture will be able to get. If it does, we'll see a mix of sleet, freezing rain, and snow possible across the region. All right, we'll be talking later next week as the cold air comes in. Coming up later, like toward Thursday, Kansas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, Tennessee, Kentucky. I mean, major interstates, 30, 40, 55. Anywhere from Tulsa to Fayetteville, Arkansas to Springfield, Missouri. All right, we could see a wintry mix. Yeah, still, any threat of snow for this part of the country is pretty noteworthy because much of this area averages only a few inches of snow, typically for an entire winter. All right, so even a small covering could lead to some pretty significant travel disruptions. If the storm reaches its full potential, could be talking several inches of snow and several tenths of an inch of ice. Not out of the question. This is just going to, again, be a preview of the much colder pattern that's going to follow later in the week through Christmas weekend, as that cold blast could also lead to some additional snow and ice for the midsection of the country and the eastern USA in the days right up to Christmas. Jolly Green Giant, good morning.
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. Who was that said he's going to come out of retirement? Was that Big Ed?
That is correct.
Who was that?
Big Ed, yes.
Yeah, that's who I thought that was. I'll be honest with you, Jolly Green and Sec Maniac, both of us are talking about retiring within the next 2 to 3 years. And I'll be 70 years old. Kevin will be, right now he's 68, so I don't know if he's going to retire next year or if he's going to wait until he's 70.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, we'll just have to wait and see. But the reason I called, I've seen something that I'm seeing a lot of. So I'm warning you, some of you guys out there, let's give a little bit more safety room for these cars out here. 5 feet is not enough room. And I watched an owner-operator or a truck come up on this car, and he was in the left lane, and he basically was stuck because of an 18-wheeler trying to get around another big truck. So this, and I'm not going to call him a professional because he's not, come within 5 feet of the car and was literally riding the bumper. And I see this a lot with this young breed of drivers out here. Older drivers don't do that. And I'm sure if Pappy, I know he's probably listening, will definitely agree with me. I mean, our truck is set up on, I don't know if it's set up at 3 seconds or if it's 6 seconds. I can't remember, but I am all for, giving enough room between me and the vehicle in front of me, But really, it kind of irked me, Steve. I just absolutely, my opinion, he's endangering the life of whoever was in that car because he's in a big rush. If you're in that big of a rush, maybe you should just leave a little bit earlier, guys, because to me, that's inexcusable and that is unsafe. In my opinion, is that really the image that we want to project out here? I mean, I got to be honest with you guys. We need to be professionals, and we need to drive like professionals. And I definitely believe 5 feet from the car in front of you is not being a professional. My opinion, you're endangering that person's life. And you really want to know, I really don't think that individual needs to be out on the road. They need to get off the road because they're unsafe. And I'm sorry I have to bring this attention, but I know Gilligan and some of the other drivers on here who I know are professionals see this stuff as much as I do. And I'll bet you Big and Sexy on his paper route, I bet you he sees it too, And I'm just saying, please give other vehicles enough room. Give them a safety cushion and stay back and give them the room that they need, because you got to be able to stop. That is part of driving, whether you're in a car or whether you're in a big truck. You got to leave yourself enough stopping distance. And as the weather gets bad, you need to leave even more distance. So we got to take all that stuff into consideration. So either way, Steve, if I don't talk to you, I don't know if I'm off next week for Christmas or if it's the following week. So I just want to say I wish you Merry Christmas, you and your family, and all the cartoon characters out. I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas. So Happy New Year, and whatever. Don't eat too much ham, baked beans, and double eggs, you know.
All right. Yeah, okay.
So, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, right back at you, Jolly Green. Well, oftentimes you can't help but wonder, that individual, and he's correct, it happens all too often. You say, where the hell did that individual get a CDL? They have no business being out on the road, right? You ever see that? Well, there are potentially hundreds, if I don't know, could it be thousands that are in a situation they shouldn't be on the road. Case in point, earlier this week, a Cuban citizen sentenced to prison for his role in a CDL scheme that actually garnered hundreds of licenses to individuals who have no business being out there. They could not pass the actual skills test. U.S. District Court for the Western District of Texas, sentencing Fernando Guardado Vasquez, a Cuban citizen, in connection with a scheme to fraudulently issue commercial driver's license. He was sentenced to 11 months of incarceration, 36 months of supervised release, according to the DOT Inspector General. There were several others indicted in a federal court several years ago in San Antone. I guess all three individuals falsifying skills tests for commercial driver's license applicants from January of 2017 to June of 2019. These three, one of them actually paid, or one of them was actually a Texas DOT public safety employee, that they would pay to falsify certain applicants for CDLs, saying they had passed the skills portion of the test. Those applicants had either already failed the test or otherwise would have failed had they taken the test under normal conditions. According to the court documents, he would provide him with the names and the information of the applicants. He would then falsely indicate they had passed their skills test. Subsequently, he would print out a temporary CDL license for those applicants. How many? The majority of those illegally obtained CDLs were handed out to Cuban citizens residing in the United States. 215 that they're aware of the 215 fraudulent CDLs, 197 went to Cubans. 11 went to U.S. citizens, 1 Dominican Republic national, 1 Ethiopian, an Iraqi national, 1 to a Puerto Rican national, 1 Ukrainian, and 2 Mexican nationals. But, all those individuals that knew they really have no business being on the road. Couldn't pass the test if they tried. What do you say, Big Sexy? You ready to go into the deep freeze, huh?
You like that? I don't like it. You noticed on there's a couple of days there, one wintry mix and the other one's light snow.
Yeah. That's
we don't handle that too good down here on the road,
I think that's the system I was just talking about, coming in like late this, Sunday into Monday. Yeah, they're saying that wintry mix. I don't know. So
you were talking about what Jolly Green brought up there back when I got my CDL years ago. On the skills test, we actually had to back through like a figure-8 deal, and then blind back in like we blind back into a dock. We had to actually do the backing and, pass that to get the CDL. I mean, today some of these drivers can't back up to save their lives. But did you see the story I sent you about the
The guy that shot and killed a cop, and then he also shot a SWAT team member?
You know what? I don't think I have the story here in the email, but I had not pulled that up yet. No.
Yeah, he shot and killed a Stuttgart sergeant, and then run into a house and barricaded himself in the house with a woman in there, and they was able to get the woman out. And then a few minutes later, he shot a Arkansas State Police SWAT team member.
Wow.
And then they shot and killed him. But there was another story. I think I sent you that link too. That he had pulled guns on the cops before, so he probably shouldn't even been on the street to start with.
Yeah.
But yeah, I heard you mention that about the deal I sent you about the forecast, and I get an early start tonight compared to normal, so I thought I'd just go ahead and give him a call. I heard him say kind of slow for a Friday.
That first hour, definitely. It was, yes, sir.
Yeah, there was something missing there at the first, wasn't there?
Yeah, I don't know.
I know the story on that, so I ain't gonna say no more.
Okay. All right. Well, hey, have a great weekend, and I guess you'll be out.
Is this your last day for this year?
No. I'm here all next week, till through next Friday.
Okay.
Yeah, all next week.
Okay. I'll talk to you next week then. All right, you have a good night. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you much. All right, we'll be back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, on a Friday, TGIF. Hope you've had a good week. It's been a crazy one, right? Hello to Daniel, who says, good morning from over by Tacoma, Washington. Hopefully the weather straightens out so I can get back to North Dakota again. Yeah, when you do get back to North Dakota, you may be whatever's still there, your four-wheeler's going to be buried, right? Your pickup, whatever you got there. Hello, Rubber Duck. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, big buddy. And it's going to be a happy one. You know, there's only one guy in the world that would postpone his funeral. It'd be my dad. You there?
How do you postpone a funeral?
You have it in Florida with all these storms coming in.
Yeah.
And tornado warnings and lightning warnings for the afternoon and severe storms. So they asked us to move it to this morning. And which gave one of the other sisters a chance to be able to show up. And we got her a plane ticket, and apparently they're all grounded in Austin right now, too. This kid can't catch a break to get out here.
Wow.
Yeah. But it was a pretty sunrise this morning. I appreciate your love and your thoughts that you've given me up throughout the week. Did you see the story about the veterinarian in Mississippi that shot the 2 police officers and killed them, and then apparently turned a gun on herself with her 10-year-old kid in the car?
I didn't catch that one. I did not.
I think it was Moss Point, where I was reading from one of the national news stations when I was sitting at the airport for 6 hours waiting for somebody that never got on a plane.
Mm-hmm.
And, she had no law enforcement contacts or anything. Was respected in the community, positive things on her Facebook page. They went to do a welfare check on her in front of a Motel 6. Talked to her for about 30 minutes, according to the reports. And they were going to call Child Protective Services in. And apparently she turned on them, and then she might have took her own life.
Wow. Sad.
It's just, I don't know. Might have been something in them viruses. Shots. You never know. But everybody have a blessed week and be careful. And like a caller before said, man, get off people's butts. You're not chasing them for a date. Yep. You're not going to slap them on the butt. You're driving down the road. Get off their butt.
And you don't get there any quicker by being 5 feet off their ass, right?
I had, for my life, trucks run 75, 80 mile an hour, right? And I'd run out west where the speed limits were 75 mile an hour. And with the winds and stuff, sometimes we'd get drugged down. So you would just kind of stick your foot in it and run along all day long trying to make what you can make. Now that I've matured a little bit and partnered up with my lovely boss man up there, Jack, and up there by the lake, I slowed down because we run Michigan a lot. And we've always seen that Michigan is really, really hard on us if we get above about 68 mile an hour. So you just kind of stay there because it's 65.
Mm-hmm.
It's not fair because the cars are going 70. 100, but legally 70. But, that's another story. Those split speed limits, boy, those are just all about safety, aren't they? God, how long have we fought that battle? But did you ever think we'd be going 70 in a big truck in Ohio?
Yeah, there was a time. Double nickel forever and ever and ever. I didn't think it would ever change.
Some boys down in Washington Courthouse, Ohio, below that 76 truck stop used to make some money. I stuck an old boss man one time and got him the ticket. He was asleep in a bunk. I took off out of the truck stop, minding my business. Somebody said, "Come on, let's go, parking lot." And I stepped it up, and all it did was get me pulled over and get the boss man a ticket. Because he was like, "Why are we stopping?" I didn't get a chance to say anything. He said, "Move over." And he sat in the driver's seat. The Ohio trooper knocked on the door. He just looked at me and didn't talk to me until we got to West Virginia. But I know it's kind of a slow night for a Friday night. Holiday weekend's coming up, or holiday week. It's crazy. I went over to the Orlando airport, and I can thank whoever ran into the back of me. I couldn't speak his language. I think he was French. The back of the Jeep's going to get painted, and I'm going to get a new rock bumper. And that was just a fitting way to end the day.
Well, hopefully better weather this morning versus all that nasty weather you had to deal with yesterday. And it's a little delay in saying farewell, right? Yeah, about 5 before the hour. Got time to squeeze one more in here. Steve checks in. They're in Florida, Georgia, somewhere down there. Morning.
Yeah, Central Florida, Steve. Good morning. 65 degrees and good weather for shorts.
Yeah.
Did have a little rain this evening, but I told my family, Steve, yesterday on the phone, this is the last time I will be flying to Chicago for the holidays. if they want to see me for Christmas, they're going to have to come down to the Sunshine States. Bottom line. I was looking at the weather for Chicago next week. It's going to be, I believe, 7 or 8 below zero on Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
And yeah. So I don't think I'll be packing any shorts, Steve.
You imagine boarding a flight there in Florida. Let's say it's 70 degrees, and then like 4 hours later, whatever it is, you're getting off, and it's 7 below zero. You talk about a rude awakening.
Yeah, shell shock, exactly. So after I get off that plane, I am going to have to go outside, though, because I got to rent a car. So you know how that goes, going through the parking lot, trying to find your darn car.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, I'll bring a heavy jacket. Just carry it with me for when I get off. But, yeah, this is the last year I'm doing that, Steve.
Yeah, like if you live in Florida, do you even have like long johns, thermal underwear, or whatever to try to stay warm when the need arises? Probably not the kind of thing most people have in the drawer. But yeah, hold that thought there as we close out another hour. Friday coming on. 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Julio Flores. The Senate is approving a short-term funding bill to avoid a government shutdown. Tim Berg has more.
The Senate is approving a short-term funding bill to avoid a government shutdown. The government was set to run out of money Friday. The $858 billion National Defense Authorization Act will extend funding for federal agencies for another week as Congress works to pass a massive full-year spending package. I'm Tim Berg.
The National Archives is releasing information from about 13,000 documents related to President John F. Kennedy's assassination. However, a White House memo adds there are a number of records that contain information for continued postponement of public disclosure until June 30th. It notes that those files may cause harm to defense, intelligent operations, law enforcement, or foreign relations. Oil is once again flowing through most of the Keystone Pipeline after being shut down because of a leak. A section of the more than 2,600-mile pipeline remains shut off in Kansas as the investigation of the leak continues. The operator of the pipeline, Canada-based TC Energy, said the affected segment remains safely isolated and repairs continue to progress. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says the passage of the Affordable Care Act was the highlight of her career in Congress and what may be her last time talking to reporters as Speaker. Pelosi said the sprawling health care law, often referred to as Obamacare, lowered costs and provided better benefits for tens of millions of Americans. Pelosi helped push the measure through a Democratic-led Congress in 2010. Jane Fonda's cancer is in remission. The actor revealed she has been diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma in September with a post on Instagram Thursday saying it is in remission and she can discontinue chemo. Several U.S. states are dealing with the effects of tornadoes this week. There have been more than 50 reported in at least 7 states across the South since early Tuesday. This includes Louisiana, where at least 3 people died and several others were hospitalized. About 20 tornadoes have been confirmed, including more than a dozen in the Dallas area of Texas. This is USA News.
MyPillow is excited to bring you their biggest bedding sale ever, just in time for Christmas. Get the Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98. A set of pillowcases only $9.98. Rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper for as low as $99.99. They also have blankets in a variety of sizes, colors, and styles. They even have blankets for your pets. Get duvets, quilts, down comforters, body pillows, bolster pillows, and so much more, all with the biggest discounts ever. They're also extending their money-back guarantee for Christmas until March 1st, 2023, making them the perfect gifts for your friends, your family, and everyone you know. So go to MyPillow.com and use promo code USA or call 800-951-8175 and you'll get huge discounts on all MyPillow bedding products, including the Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98. And get all your shopping done now while quantities last.
The Senate is passing the annual National Defense Authorization Act. The $858 billion bill is now headed to President Biden's desk for a signature in time to meet the year-end deadline. Not only does it rescind the COVID-19 vaccine mandate for military members, but it also gives over $40 million more for defense than Biden called for in his budget. It marks the 61st year in a row that Congress has passed a defense bill on time. America's view of the 2 major political parties haven't changed following the midterm elections. A new Gallup poll shows 42% of Americans say they have a favorable opinion of the Republican Party, compared with 39% who said the same of Democrats. Those figures remain relatively unchanged from a September poll. The findings come after voters elected a divided government for the next 2 years. Republicans are set to take control of the House in January, while Democrats will hold on to their Senate majority. The CDC is announcing new metrics regarding childhood obesity. On Thursday, the agency revealed new charts when measuring body mass index for those between the ages of 2 to 19 years old. The new measurements say a BMI greater than or equal to 120% is considered severely obese. The exact measurements vary between boys and girls. The adjustments come as the CDC says the previous charts did not extend high enough as the number of kids considered severely obese continues to climb. Comedian Trevor Noah is returning to host the Grammy Awards in February. The Recording Academy made the announcement it'll be Noah's 3rd consecutive appearance as the host of the award show. The comedian said one of his favorite things about the Grammys is getting to experience artists in their rawest element, which is performing their music live. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
MyPillow is excited to announce the original My Slippers are back in stock. Last Christmas, you made them the #1 selling MyPillow product, and now they've added smaller sizes, larger sizes, wide sizes, and all new colors. And now they're extending their 60-day money-back guarantee until March 1st, 2023. So go to MyPillow.com and use promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. Use promo code USA to save $90 on the original My Slippers. That's only $49.98 a pair.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
right, back at it here on a Friday morning. We're looking at 16th day of December. 9 days till Christmas. All right, back to Florida there. All right, thanks for hanging in there, Steve. Welcome back.
Sure. Thanks for taking me back, Steve. Yeah, to answer your question, I do have a couple of pair of long Under Armour winter gear, you know, from when I lived up north. But that's been on the top shelf, Steve, and I don't think that'll ever come back down again. So collecting cobwebs up there.
Yep.
But next week we are going to get a little cold down here. I mean, it's going to be in the probably high 20s, you know, early morning hours, but 50s, 60s during the day. So that cold that's going to be up north is going to get down here somewhat, but not as bad as the north, man. I mean, that's just crazy. But I sent you a story of, I don't even know when I sent it, Steve, but it was pretty interesting. Caught my eye about how Biden's going to release the rest of the Kennedy assassination files. They're going to release them all. Did you hear that?
I saw that. Yeah, there was, I guess, a big, several hundred. How many released yesterday, but still hundreds that haven't been released.
Yep, they're gonna release them all, I think, by next week. They just said it on your news break. It's pretty interesting because I think the conspiracy is finally going to be not going to be a conspiracy anymore, Steve. The article had said that it's going to prove that the CIA had a hand in that, with Oswald and all of that being in the CIA. Steve, do you know who the head of the CIA was in 1963?
No.
George H.W. Bush. Isn't that interesting?
Wow.
There's a really good documentary. I believe you can get it on Netflix. It's made in 2009. It's called Dark Legacy. And it talks all about what George Bush was doing with the CIA in Cuba, Vietnam, and so forth. And it's really an eye-opener. And it really makes you wonder what really went on back in 1963. And I think we're going to find out when these files are released.
So once these files, once they're all released, will it have a definitive answer to what occurred?
Hard to tell, Steve. I mean, I'm sure Oswald is going to come up a lot. I mean, I don't know. We'll see if Bush's name comes up. But if you get a chance, when you get time off, check out that flick, that documentary. Very, very interesting. About George Bush and all his buddies at Yale, the secret club that they were in. But, yeah, going to be an interesting read. But here's the thing, Steve. You know, when you get your hands, when you're the head of the CIA, you know, and you're dealing with Vietnam, and that's when Vietnam was first. You know, we had CIA operatives over there helping them out, and kind of fighting a little secret war that really no one knew about. But what else is interesting, Steve, is the day after JFK's assassination, which was November 23rd, or the day after, he was going to sign an executive order withdrawing all American forces from Vietnam, including the CIA. He wanted no part of that war. He knew it was a losing effort. So that's also an interesting fact, isn't it?
Yeah, very, very much so.
Yes, sir. One other thing I wanted to bring up, Steve, and I'm glad Big Sexy called because I thought he said he wanted try to find a more intelligent caller. So, thanks, Big Sexy. You notice how these Democrats, even some Republicans, Steve, how they use the term gun violence every time there's a shooting somewhere? Gun violence, right?
Right.
When somebody gets stabbed, if somebody gets run over by a car, if somebody drives through a Christmas parade, do they ever say automobile violence? Steve, violence is violence. no matter what the gun is the tool, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, you know, you got guns in your house. They don't jump off the shelf and kill you. You know, the person has to pick it up. So that's my point. I wish the Republicans especially would stop using that term. You know, the Democrats with this gun violence. It's you know, their terminology to push their narrative, because now there was something with the CDC today that was kind of messing around on their website with something about guns, you know, gun safety, gun this, and yeah, that's what they're coming after next, Steve. I mean, look what's going on with the credit card companies. You know, I think you talked about that the other night.
Right.
For these people. Yep. It's coming. You know, and Jolly Green was right. I heard him say just use cash. You know, use a money order. You know, it's kind of hard to do when you're buying stuff online and you got to send it to an FFL, but you know, I'm sure they would take money orders. You know, and that would be one way around that. But it just makes things a little more difficult. And look what they're doing with the Venmo now, and you know, with the $600. I thought he said he wasn't coming after the little guy, right, Steve? We weren't going to pay any more in taxes.
Promises are made to be broken, correct?
Yeah. Anyway, I haven't called in all week. I figured I'd just check in, say hey, wish you happy holidays, you and your family, and try to stay warm up there, man.
Yes, sir. It won't be too bad until about the middle of next week, and then, the bottom falls out. We'll be breaking out those little portable heaters to keep the bunker warm. All right, you mentioned the JFK thing. Yeah, this is what I had on that. The National Archives releasing thousands of documents related to the assassination of JFK. Shortly after the president issued an executive order authorizing the release that also kept hundreds of other sensitive records secret. Of course, Kennedy shot, killed November 22nd, 1963. I wasn't born yet. Investigation led by Chief Justice Earl Warren concluding that Lee Harvey Oswald, the former Marine, communist activist who had lived in the Soviet Union, acted alone. However, the probe's been widely criticized by academics and historians in the nearly 60 years that have passed. There are literally thousands of books and articles, television shows, documentaries exploring the idea that the assassination was the result of an elaborate conspiracy. None have produced conclusive proof that Oswald, who was fatally shot by the nightclub owner Jack Ruby 2 days after killing Kennedy, worked with anyone else. Although they retain a powerful cultural currency, Congress 1992 had ordered all remaining sealed files pertaining to the investigation should be fully open to the public through the National Archives in 25 years. By October 26th of 2017, except for those the president at the time authorized for further withholding. And that at the time, of course, was none other than Donald Trump, who indeed did release a cache of records, but decided to release the remaining documents on a rolling basis. So, thousands of documents yesterday. I don't know, will they have a definitive answer in the mix? Scarecrow, where you been? You hadn't checked in all week either.
This is malpractice, bub.
Oh, I'm sorry. Malpractice. Okay, well, maybe we won't hear from Scarecrow after all. What do you say, malpractice?
Man, I'm just calling in to say hi, and I'm actually up driving tonight. You know, to maintain this beautiful face that I have is hard on me driving after midnight. I'm just telling you. But, you know, somebody's got to do it, right?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to call in and wish you a Merry Christmas and to you and your family, and wanted to let you know my status update on my surgery I had in August. I have lost now 100 pounds, and I went from a 5X shirt to a 2X shirt, and I can see my willy now. You know, it's getting bigger, or my eyes are getting bigger, one of the two. Not for sure. And I know that's too much information. But
TMI, yeah, right.
But no, I feel 100% better, and not looking any better, but I do feel 100% better.
That is a good thing.
I just wanted to call and let you know.
So
yeah, it's Go ahead.
So you're going to be out there for Christmas week, or are you going to be getting home for the holidays?
No. I'd work for the second largest egg producer there out of Indiana, and we eggs are up 40-50%. You know, they're going to keep us on the road. I'll probably be on the road all the way up to Christmas Eve. Probably we're really super duper busy right now. It's just it just seems like no end in stop. You know. No end in sight for us. I mean, you know, I'm running 2 trips a week to North Carolina. We got a farm over by the Outer Banks over there. So, and then I was hauling birds for a while. I mean, I'm number 2 driver here, so I've been here 19 years. So I get to do about whatever I want, but I could take off, but the money's too good to turn down. So, and I'm too greedy. I love making the almighty dollar. I'm gonna make it while I can.
That's what you're out. That's what you're working for.
Well, you know, I've been driving 40 years, Steve, and the money that I used to make, and I know all these other guys did the same thing, but back in the day, I mean, we just barely scraped through, you know, and you live paycheck to paycheck, and now are they paying us what we're worth? Maybe, maybe not. But, you know, it's a whole lot better than what it was back in the day. And while I can, I just turned 60 in June, so I'm going to I got 7 more years, and I'm going to try to do, you know, as long as I stay healthy, I'm going to work as long as I can.
There you go. Well,
but,
I'm sure.
I live up there by Seymour. I guess you're saying I'm only about 100 miles from you over in Cincinnati. Are we supposed to get any snow?
The models are depicting, next week we could see some. Yes, sir. We might even have a white Christmas.
Man, you know, I don't believe we've had a white Christmas, and
it's been a while.
Lord, it's been years, ain't it? Yeah. Yeah, but well, you know, we have a white Christmas, I might decide to stay home by the fireplace. I don't know. I doubt it. But no, I just wanted to call in and wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now, are you going to be on the week after Christmas, or are you going to be off?
That will be my Christmas break there. So I'll be here through next Friday, then off that entire week till after the New Year.
Okay. Well, you deserve it. You deserve it. I just wanted to make sure, because normally they got us right. You know, the eggs sell off the shelves the week of Christmas, all the way up to the week of Christmas. So then we got to start filling all the shelves back up, and you know, we're usually busy till the end of February, until we get everybody filled back up. So I was just wondering when you was going to be working or not.
Yep. So we'll be with you next week. Well, thank you for checking in, Malpractice, and right back at you. Safe travels and Merry Christmas, all that good stuff. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, did I mention earlier, diesel prices continue to come down. Pro miles, earlier this week, got the latest numbers, down about 15 cents a gallon over the past week. So we're still holding just over $5 a gallon for the national average at $5.02. Yeah, Pro Miles, of course, produces a similar report to the weekly published report from the Energy Information Administration. They just have more stations. The Energy Information Administration only gets like 400 truck stops they survey. Pro Miles gets a direct feed from literally thousands of truck stops. So you'd think their numbers would probably be more accurate, but decreases nearly 20 cents reported in California, the Midwest, and the New England regions. The West region saw a drop of about 16.5 cents. The Gulf Coast, home to the lowest average price at $4.41 per gallon, also down about 16 cents. So again, national average just above $5 per gallon. And California did finally drop below $6. A 19-cent drop in California took their national average to $5.85 per gallon. All right, back to the phones. Morning, Gilligan. I got your photograph there. You indeed got you got your fair share of ice this past morning.
Yes, we did. Boy, that skyscraper's pretty well covered, isn't it?
Yes.
That's the offices of GMA&B Enterprises. I sent that picture to Blind Man, and he said he couldn't see any reason why I couldn't go to work. I guess hiring a blind guy is not always a good thing, but they don't see a problem with something. What do you think?
What is that skyscraper? It looks more like an outhouse to me.
It's a windmill. Unfortunately, the blades are broke off of it, and I got to reattach them. My late stepson actually built that for my wife. It's about 6 foot tall, and there's a set of windmill blades. You've seen the big windmills out in Holland. It looks over in Holland. It looks very similar to them.
Right.
It's really a neat piece. I'm going to touch on a couple things. One thing, you was talking about eggs. Well, what's his name was talking about it. Have you noticed egg prices lately? How much they went up?
Yes.
I went to Walmart 2 weeks ago. Eggs there around where I live is $5 a dozen. I mean, it's amazing how much egg prices fluctuate. Because just a few years ago, I remember going into an Aldi grocery store, and eggs there was 27 cents a dozen. I don't even remember them that cheap when I was a kid. It's just amazing how bad that fluctuates. Oh, by the way, with storm that we got hit pretty hard there around the house. There's a lot of people around my area out of power. Some areas they're talking till Saturday. My niece is one of them that'll be out till Saturday is when they're predicted. Joe Self sent me a picture there not far from where he lives. He lives maybe close to an hour from me, deeper on over into West Virginia. And Route 50 and 220 is both just a solid sheet ice this morning. It's crazy how bad it got over in there. Yeah. You was talking about that budget negotiations. You know, they're talking about how they're going to this spending and that spending. You know, we've heard this pretty much all of our life. It's who's going to bring home the bacon. Bring home the bacon.
Yep.
Waste the taxpayers' money on such pet project. And the sad part about it is people really believe that's helping people. But they don't understand and just to shove it in somewhere else. Talk was overinflated in the spending on it and stuff. And unfortunately, you cannot get through people. And you know that as well as I do. Golly Green was talking about the crazy drivers going up on back on people's back bumper and stuff like that. Yeah, I see it every night. We all do out here. Yeah, it has been a problem for several years. I mean, I've been out here, 20-some years, and it was bad when I came out, and I think he's right. It's just getting worse and worse. I don't know what the solution is. I think he's right, and a lot of other drivers are right. It's these new guys with very little training. You know, they don't get the mentality of the younger generation, a lot of them, too, I believe. I mean, when we was young, yeah, we did not have the maturity, you know, and our parents and grandparents told us that, and we didn't believe it, but truthfully, we didn't. But I think it's getting worse as time goes on.
Mm-hmm. Well, right there, I'm looking at the clock. We got our bottom of the hour. News break time on a Friday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It'll be quite a hit from Mother Nature in the upper Midwest and Northeast tonight and tomorrow. Winter storm tracks across the country and from the coast. New York State stands to receive heavy rain, damaging winds, and even some snow from this storm system. New York Governor Kathy Hochul.
Our peak is going to be about 1 to 2 inches per hour Thursday night through Friday.
She says the state's prepared thousands of utility workers, along with snowplows, salt and sand for the roads and other affected parts of the state. Russian officials being hit with a new round of sanctions from the U.S. One Russian oligarch is among those targeted. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken described that person as, quote, a close associate of President Putin. Nearly 24 Russian governors were also hit with sanctions. The Biden administration announcing today that starting today, you could order 4 more mail-in COVID-19 tests. Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Paid for by government.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 50 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-888-201-7060, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-888-201-7060. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-888-201-7060 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-888-201-7060.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, plenty of room for you. We've about cleared things out. Got 5-7 coming up. Couple of industry headlines first. I think many drivers would be fond of this idea. New legislation would, for the first time, require commercial warehouses, retailers, and ports to allow truck drivers to use the restroom facilities when picking up or dropping off freight. The Trucker Bathroom Access Act, it's being called. Adding language to federal law to ensure such access while drivers are working. American truckers are the nation's backbone. We owe them a debt of gratitude for the tremendous contribution that they made during the pandemic. Noting that the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association and the Women in Trucking Association had both lobbied for this bill. We've heard from countless drivers who've been forced to hold it because they weren't allowed access to the bathroom when they were picking up or delivering freight. Yeah, the men and women's America's trucking industry keep the supply chain moving. It's only reasonable that their most basic needs be accommodated while they're on the job. Ellen Voya, president of Women in Trucking, says as more women enter the industry, the need for restroom access increases while access to facilities is actually decreased. Now, one of those that introduced the bill, who was that? You had Troy Nels and Chrissy Houlihan of Pennsylvania. Houlihan commented that the bipartisan legislation will give all truckers and female drivers in particular the confidence of having access to a restroom when they deliver goods to businesses and American families. Keeping more drivers on the road means fewer supply chain delays and lower costs. All right. So, see, I guess what's included in the bill? Access to existing restrooms while covered drayage truck operators are on port property, and when such access does not pose an obvious safety risk to such truck operators and other employees of the terminal operator in the area. Additional restrooms, if necessary, at locations where there is the most need. A place for covered drayage truck operators to park vehicles while accessing such restrooms. All right, places not covered would include, looks like rail facilities, as well as any structure such as a filling station, service station, or restaurant of 800 square feet or less that has a restroom located within such structure that's only intended for use by employees. All right, restroom access requirements at seaports for drayage truckers. We just outlined that, so there you go. Now, one other tidbit we had, I don't know, would it be surprising or maybe not so surprising? Study revealing this past day more than half the people killed or hurt in traffic crashes had one or more drugs in their bloodstream at the time of the wreck. Study conducted by the U.S. Highway Safety Regulators, published actually on Tuesday of this week by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. The study of blood tests taken from 7 Level 1 trauma centers and 4 medical examiners' offices, Miami and Jacksonville, Florida, Charlotte, North Carolina, Baltimore, Worcester, Mass., Iowa City, Iowa, and Sacramento, California. So they kind of tried to spread out this study from around the country. Let's see, they're going through, I guess, blood samples from September of 2019 to July of 21. More than 7,000 such samples. Any level of drugs in blood samples were counted in the study, whether or not the subject was impaired was not taken into account. Even so, the study revealed that nearly 20% of drivers that were tested had blood alcohol levels of 0.08 or higher, which is exceeding the legal limit in every state. We're also concerned that nearly 20% of road users tested positive for 2 or more drugs, including alcohol. The use of multiple substances at once can magnify the impairing effects of each drug. It's scary to us all in a way, according to the executive director of the nonprofit Center for Auto Safety. But frankly, I don't think I'm that surprised, he said. Yeah, the study results after we saw a dramatic rise in traffic fatalities since the start of the pandemic in particular. All right, 5-7 on board here on a Friday. What's going on?
Not much. The Kennedy thing sort of brought some history to mind. They're just 65. It's amazing what you can remember. I go back to memories of 1960, and I've been able to describe the house in Stowe, Ohio, to my sisters, to the team. Right down to the extra kitchen door on the side, and how the whole place is laid out. The 1950 Ford that Mom wrecked in was blue, and it was sitting there, and I remembered the Merc. The only difference was I remembered Dad's old 50 Mercury being, black, but it looked, they finally got a hold of a picture, and it showed it more like a gray color or a tan. But I remember, all of a sudden, everybody was all upset and crying and everything over Kennedy being shot. I was in, foster home this time up in Portage Lakes, Ohio, and I watched pretty much the whole funeral procession laying on the floor, watching that floor model TV in black and white, of course. And to me, the amazing part that still sticks with me is the horse, the riderless horse with the boots backwards. Stuff like that, it's just amazing how much memory you have with those events. Of course, Bobby Kennedy, everything. And of course, by that time, Martin Luther King, Bobby, I mean, the things you lived through. But by the time Bobby got, off, I'm thinking, hey, six years into the school, grade school deal, I'm thinking, well, shoot, anytime they take out a Democrat, we get a day off from school. That's how bad I was. I hated school so much. So maybe that's why I'm a Republican. It started early, what could I say? Okay, now, that was memory lane. That was fun. Okay, I talked to an archer. All right, I said, this is before all this, or this is not long after the shooting in Texas. Heard a little bit of Jackson Lee. Miss Lee was, having a hearing. They're trying. I told my wife on the news when they had it on. I said they're doing everything you can to push stuff through before the Republicans take the House. But I looked over her and I said, I asked an archer. He's a competition archer. And I said, could you take out 32 students in the time given that the law enforcement stayed out of that school? Could you have got in there, first you take out the teacher, with a bow and arrow, the weapon doesn't matter. It's the man that comes in there that's intended to do harm. And it still comes down to this for me. There was a rock propping open the door. And we need to find out who put the rock there, the response, their job, every teacher's job. When you turn your children over to these schools, and I know we love our teachers and all this, but, hey, we love our truckers too, but, a wheel falls off, and that trucker, takes out a bus, that trucker's going to be going into jail for a long time for involuntary manslaughter. Mm-hmm. So, but at the same time, we entrust our children to the school, and, well, obviously, other things that's being shoved in their head that we don't agree with, but the basic is their safety. And why in the world, if that school, or any school, after Sandy Hook, if any school can't be shut and locked, then they need to shut the school down till they can get the ventilation system, air conditioning, or whatever it needs to satisfy the living conditions in that school. But it definitely, leaving it propped open with a rock, left a wide open space for that young, insane man to go in there. But the weapon does not matter what he carried in there, because the time given. And listen, I'm not even heavy on the police officers. The chief, I think they've all pretty much are paying the price for their actions, but I still think it's the leadership. But the average officer, most of them are not going to disobey orders. So, but I just, am brokenhearted over the situation. But I looked over at my wife. I said, it all comes down with the Democrats. All these people are saying this stuff, but it comes down to this: before they're done and over with, schools will not be any safer. But if we, the American public, if they get their way, will be less safe. We'll be less likely to be able to defend our families. And I will remember, I think you told the story of one of those little girls in shock. Finally, her daddy comes, he meets her in the hospital or carries her to the hospital. And that little girl tells her daddy to get his gun to protect her. Mm-hmm. So that little girl had enough sense to know that a good man with a gun will protect her from that bad man with a gun. So I think that testimony for that child that went through the trauma of that it needs to be stated with the father's opinion, with the with the family's permission. It's just hard to listen to what they had to say. I mean, it breaks your heart what they said, and I ain't saying it here, but that's the history lesson. My main point is, I don't know. If somebody wants to, they can bring cans of gas. Take out the teacher. I mean, it's you name it. But that rock is what the first thing that nobody should be able to violate the school building, period. And like I said, after Sandy Hook, I look around at all these grade schools around here, and I'm very, what can I say? All right. Hey, this is Friday. Thank God for Friday. And you enjoy your weekend. I'll be out here running. We'll miss you, but we'll be looking for that notification come Monday morning. I still ain't got one on my Facebook page. But
I don't know what's going on with that. But, yeah, I saw that. You did not get the notification. I hadn't. Of course, my Facebook's screwed up on the phone anyway, so I hadn't got a notification in months. What are we looking at? 844-3388 in his conversation there. 5-7 did mention truck drivers. If the wheel comes off, right? That's not a good thing. I think it was last evening I shared our old buddy Taz. Taz hasn't called in years. He used to call on a fairly regular basis. I don't know if maybe he's a day driver now. I think he's sleeping at nights. But still friends on Facebook. Last evening, he had shut things down because of I-80. Kind of stuck out there waiting for 80 to reopen. This past evening, after pretty much driving all day again, when he did get back on the road, he said, once again, I must praise God for his protection over me. Tonight, after I had finished making my delivery at the Cheyenne, Wyoming Walmart Distribution Center, I lost my right side steer tire. I had already been on I-80 for about 1.5 miles. That's the distance from the D.C. ramp to I-25, the southbound ramp. I was making the exit towards Denver when I heard a crazy sound. Then I saw my passenger side steer tire go flying off into the bushes. Now, I had been driving all day in winter weather conditions. Yeah, I'm thankful this did not happen while I was loaded. Continually, I am amazed how these things happen when we least expect it to, though. But my God is great, and I continually thank him for the many blessings that he gives me. All right. Someone was looking out for you. There you go. Glad everything's safe there, Taz. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
So I did see the video of the F-35 incident. Crash, I guess you'd call it. Kind of. I didn't realize the F-35 could land, like up and down. I didn't realize they had that capability, but the plane kind of hovering over the runway and comes down. Looked initially like what would be a normal landing, but then things kind of went crazy. Front nose of the plane went down. It sounded like the engines just all went kind of crazy. Plane kind of spins around on the runway. And at that point, the pilot ejected. Now, I was amazed that from being on the ground, ejecting, actually went high enough in the air for the parachute to deploy, and it looks like he came down not too hard, surprisingly, but yes, the pilot successfully ejected. All we got was a statement from Naval Air Station Joint Reserve Base in Fort Worth, Texas, which says, "We responded to assist Lockheed Martin and Naval Air Station on a military aircraft crash that the pilot ejected. Update on the pilot is they are safe, under observation. Grateful for this news. We've opened up perimeter roads in the area." That was like this past afternoon. "We are aware the F-35B crash on the shared runway of Naval Air Station Joint Reserve Base in Fort Worth." According to Lockheed Martin in a statement, "Safety is our priority. We will follow the appropriate investigation protocol." So there you go. Yeah, the F-35B operated by the U.S. Marine Corps. Houston Air Watch shared a video, which, as I said, it's kind of a very, very odd, with the way things unfolded there. Some sort of a malfunction, major malfunction. Morning, Horse Feathers.
Morning, Your Honor. This rain just won't go away now. I guess they're saying about daylight it's supposed to maybe get out of here. I don't know. We'll have to see what you and the AccuWeather guys keep dishing out. We're over 2 inches of water here so far, though. So it's putting it right down there. I got two old guys with beards here. Got one with a red suit and a sleigh and some deer yanking it around, and he's hauling animals 2x2 over to this other guy with a beard and
a big boat.
White. Yeah, I got a big boat, and heck, I see the one load there. That guy with the sleigh there he brought in, he had 2 rats and 2 Democrats, and they were playing patty cake. Can you imagine that?
How about that?
I don't know. Anyway, but I don't know. What do we got going? So made it to Philly yesterday morning. It was still dry when we got there, way ahead of when we were supposed to be there. But I don't know. We got through the day and got done what we needed to get done, and finally got home about 6 o'clock last night, 7 o'clock last night, somewhere in there. So I don't know. Long day, Your Honor. So anyways, here I got an alarm going off right now. Let me cure this here real quick. I'm listening in the news there. The first alarm went off, and I got a ringtone there of the Munsters theme, from the TV show.
Yeah.
Munsters. So the alarm. You got a Hot Shot Secret commercial in the background there, talking, and it's got the overlay of the Munsters theme top of it. And it's like, well, that's interesting. I said, when did Hot Shot Secret use the Munsters theme in their ad? I'm like, oh, now I realize it's an alarm going off. But anyway, it's kind of different. I don't know. Maybe we should look into something like that. It's kind of a catchy little thing there. But anyways, so. Yeah, I don't know. About the time we were leaving the house there yesterday, what was it? Must have got out about 3:30, 3:45. I was starting to spit some sleet, and we really didn't end up with a whole lot. They said it was somewhere around a tenth of an inch maybe that we had in our area, but everything was gone by the time we got home because it was back up 45 degrees, which is still right about that area right now here around Baltimore. But the rain is coming right down, pretty good clip. I mean, wipers on and see what's, to try to keep things going here to see down the road. But
I see a lot of I see a lot of rain. It's kind of scattered there in northern Maryland, but I guess from Philly to New York City, pretty much socked in there. Now, just you get on up toward like Scranton, PA. It's the frozen stuff up there.
Yeah, they still getting the ice up there, or is it changed over to snow?
Based on the radar, looks like snow, the blue color. It's not the purple or the pinks, which that's normally the mixed stuff.
Okay. Yeah. So I don't know. I thought of a couple things there for the show, and of course, as always, just get to on hold, listening to everything, and then your conversation goes out the window, and so. But no, just thought I'd check in, and so what's this I hear? You're taking a week off. How'd you pull this deal off, Your Honor?
Well, I mean, we do accrue vacation days over the period of a year, and it's going to be a 10-day stint, but I'm only having to take 40 hours time off because it's the holidays, so.
Yeah. So, I get my operation here. I get the holiday day off, and I normally get Sunday off, so.
I mean, with Christmas being on a Sunday, and so Monday's the holiday. But news break time. Hold that thought.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Julio Flores. The Senate is approving a short-term funding bill to avoid a government shutdown. Tim Berg has more.
The Senate is approving a short-term funding bill to avoid a government shutdown. The government was set to run out of money Friday. The $858 billion National Defense Authorization Act will extend funding for federal agencies for another week as Congress works to pass a massive full-year spending package. I'm Tim Berg.
The National Archives is releasing information from about 13,000 documents related to President John F. Kennedy's assassination. However, a White House memo adds there are a number of records that contain information for continued postponement of public disclosure until June 30th. It notes that those files may cause harm to defense, intelligence operations, law enforcement, or foreign relations. Oil is once again flowing through most of the Keystone Pipeline after being shut down because of a leak. A section of the more than 2,600-mile pipeline remains shut off in Kansas as the investigation of the leak continues. The operator of the pipeline, Canada-based TC Energy, said the affected segment remains safely isolated and repairs continue to progress. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says the passage of the Affordable Care Act was the highlight of her career in Congress and what may be her last time talking to reporters. As Speaker, Pelosi said the sprawling health care law, often referred to as Obamacare, lowered costs and provided better benefits for tens of millions of Americans. Pelosi helped push the measure through a Democratic-led Congress in 2010. Jane Fonda's cancer is in remission. The actor revealed she has been diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma in September with a post on Instagram Thursday saying it is in remission and she can discontinue chemo. Several U.S. states are dealing with the effects of tornadoes this week. There have been more than 50 reported in at least 7 states across the South since early Tuesday. This includes Louisiana, where at least 3 people died and several others were hospitalized. About 20 tornadoes have been confirmed, including more than a dozen in the Dallas area of Texas. This is USA News.
MyPillow is excited to bring you their biggest bedding sale ever, just in time for Christmas. Get the Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98. A set of pillowcases only $9.98. Rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper for as low as $99.99. They also have blankets in a variety of sizes, colors, and styles. They even have blankets for your pets. Get duvets, quilts, down comforters, body pillows, bolster pillows, and so much more, all with the biggest discounts ever. They're also extending their money-back guarantee for Christmas until March 1st, 2023, making them the perfect gifts for your friends, your family, and everyone you know. So go to MyPillow.com and use promo code USA or call 800-951-8175 and you'll get huge discounts on all MyPillow bedding products, including the Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98. And get all your shopping done now while quantities last.
The Senate is passing the annual National Defense Authorization Act. The $858 billion bill is now headed to President Biden's desk for a signature in time to meet the year-end deadline. Not only does it rescind the COVID-19 vaccine mandate for military members, but it also gives over $40 million more for defense than Biden called for in his budget. It marks the 61st year in a row that Congress has passed the defense bill on time. America's view of the 2 major political parties haven't changed following the midterm elections. A new Gallup poll shows 42% of Americans say they have a favorable opinion of the Republican Party, compared with 39% who said the same of Democrats. Those figures remain relatively unchanged from a September poll. The findings come after voters elected a divided government for the next 2 years. Republicans are set to take control of the House in January, while Democrats will hold on to their Senate majority. The CDC is announcing new metrics regarding childhood obesity. On Thursday, the agency revealed new charts when measuring body mass index for those between the ages of 2 to 19 years old. The new measurements say a BMI greater than or equal to 120% is considered severely obese. The exact measurements vary between boys and girls. The adjustments come as the CDC says the previous charts did not extend high enough as the number of kids considered severely obese continues to climb. Comedian Trevor Noah is returning to host the Grammy Awards in February. The Recording Academy made the announcement it'll be Noah's 3rd consecutive appearance as the host of the award show. The comedian said one of his favorite things about the Grammys is getting to experience artists in their rawest element, which is performing their music live. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
MyPillow is excited to announce the original My Slippers are back in stock. Last Christmas, you made them the #1 selling MyPillow product, and now they've added smaller sizes, larger sizes, wide sizes, and all new colors. And now they're extending their 60-day money-back guarantee until March 1st, 2023. So go to MyPillow.com and use promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. Use promo code USA to save $90 on the original My Slippers. That's only $49.98 a pair.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
What else can we update you on as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast? Welcome into a Friday. And plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. That sounded more and more like, at some point in time, not only Dr. Fauci, but I mean, from the bottom to the top, somebody's going to really face a grilling, according to Republicans on the House Oversight Committee, planning to grill Dr. Fauci extensively on matters surrounding the pandemic. We will start first with every government official from the bottom up to determine what happened, especially in connection with the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease, their grants to EcoHealth Alliance. So says James Comer this past day. We're going to hear from everyone in the government that had anything to do with approving tax dollars to go to EcoHealth Alliance, which we know now went to the Wuhan lab, gain-of-function research. We also want to hear from any government employee that had anything to do with grant dollars going to the scientists who backed up all of Fauci's claims. Comer said lawmakers have learned from their research tax dollars went through the NIH to these scientists that were always getting Dr. Fauci's back and giving him a green light to say or do whatever he wanted. Fauci's testimony will come later, even though many were expecting the committee to bring him in on day number 1. So I guess they're going to get a lot of info before bringing him in, right? He says, we want to talk to every government employee, bottom all the way to the top. We're starting at the bottom to know the thought process, to explain to us what you were thinking. When you look at the EcoHealth grant, not only should they never have gotten the grant to do anything as they were, I mean, they were out of compliance. When the government awards money in the form of grants to these universities and these companies that are doing research, they're supposed to be constantly updating the government on the progress of their grant. But the government let them get away with everything. Congress, meanwhile, has no idea where all the tax dollars are going after over a decade of not debating spending bills. And we're looking to change that. Yeah, we're putting the case together where we have substantial evidence on what we think are many areas of wrongdoing at the hands of Fauci and Dr. Collins. But it all starts at the bottom, and it's going to take some time. Maybe one of these days. So I guess if you get a hole, you start at the bottom, and by the time you get to Fauci, you put him under oath. Yeah, you'll be able to put the pieces of the puzzle together, maybe. All right, welcome back, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, maybe we should go, and when they get done with them, empty their bank accounts out and put it back into the government there. Give our taxpayers back their money that all these people got. You know, that was he making like $460,000 a year or something?
Yeah, more than the president.
Yeah, maybe. Absolutely. So anyways, yeah, yesterday morning with the rain and the ice and everything, up across the state line in Pennsylvania there, they had an accident right first thing, and somebody posted on there, it's sad, you know, and I'm like, well, you know, the people out here driving, you know, and this kind of goes to where you're talking about the truck drivers here a little bit ago. These people have not a clue at this point. They believe they're invincible. They get in their little car. They're completely in their own little isolated compartment that thinks that they're, I guess invisible to the rest of the world once they get in. The person themselves is the vehicle. It's not the person in the vehicle, apparently. And they go into like superhero mode or something and think they can just are invincible to drive down the highway however they want. And I think that's the mentality they have growing up, watching the other people around them drive. And now these people are getting to the point they're getting in trucks and they just drive the trucks the same way. Because the trucks nowadays drive like a car. They aren't like the old trucks of the day, when you got in and at the end of 10 hours, 12 hours, you were wore out so bad that, you were bent over and half crippled trying to go home because you got beat to death all day. But anyways, so, I don't know. And, there's one other thing I thought of there and it just slipped my mind again. So I don't know. I guess we'll let you go with that. And we're seeing if we can plug along through the rain here and accomplish a couple little things today and maybe get some sunny weather. I don't know. They're talking 50 degrees this afternoon by the time this warm air gets done coming in and the water dries up. But anyways, hey, I know what one thing was there. They just said on the news there that they had an oil leak in the XL Keystone pipeline.
The Keystone,
I take it that was up.
It's not the XL. There's a Keystone pipeline. Oh. Yeah, there's two different things. Yep. But
okay.
Yes.
Okay. I was gonna say it's a good thing Biden shut that down if it's gonna leak. But anyways, I don't know. So. All right, hey, with that, we'll let you go because we're not making anything but nonsense, and you should go out and look for an intelligent caller there, shouldn't you?
All right, we'll see if maybe one will dial us up at 844-844-3388 because we just cleared the lines. There we go. All right, I'm not much into the boating scene, but I know we got a number of listeners. Let's see, Jaybird, he big time into the boating thing. Spends a lot of time on the boat. I guess new regulations being suggested, which, according to Frank Hugelmeyer, this would be the greatest regulatory overreach in American maritime law. That's how he's describing the proposal by the Biden administration to limit the speed of all motorboats over 35 feet from Florida to Massachusetts. He says not only are they creating a serious safety issue, they are creating a massive negative economic impact. Now, this Hugelmeyer is president of the National Marine Manufacturers Association, just one of a growing number of voices outraged over the proposal that was put forward by the Commerce Department under the auspices of NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Jeff Anglers, president of the Center for Sport Fishing Policy, said, "This is stupid. It's not what government's supposed to do." What is the proposal? The far-reaching regulation would restrict speed to 10 knots. Or 11.5 miles per hour for all boats over 35 feet for up to 7 months out of the year and up to 100 miles out at sea for most of the entire East Coast. Why would they suggest this? The purpose, they say, is to prevent the boats from hitting an endangered right whale. There's only 350 of these type whales left in the ocean, they say. This rule is designed to reduce the risk of mortalities from vessel strikes and afford the species a greater opportunity to recover. Now, the statement admitted, however, there have only been 5 deadly whale strikes by boats between 35 and 65 feet in length in the past 15 years. Boats over 65 feet are already subject to a speed restriction, they say. It is absolutely ridiculous, Angers said, pointing out that there's less than 1 in a million chance of a fishing boat hitting a whale, according to NOAA's own numbers. Yeah, based on actual interactions between recreational boats and right whales, this restriction is just unjustifiable. It is ineffective. It is not necessary. Now, the president of the Boat Owners Association of the United States, or Boat US, says it's also dangerous. Yeah, most boats can't get on a plane if they're going under 10 knots. A plane is the speed at which the bow of the boat kind of lowers in order to cut through the oncoming waves. These boats are designed to ride on top of the waves. This is going to make them wallow in the waves, up and down, side to side, pitching. It'll be hard to maintain control. You can't take waves over the side. Now, the larger boats are especially at risk going through channels near the shore. They can't maintain steerage at 10 knots. Yeah, if you're going that speed, you're going to run aground, he said. So safety is a huge concern for the pilot boat captains. The crew will be thrown around, tossed around. They'll get injured. At the stern of one of my pilot boats, at 35 knots, that's what we're doing out of the port of Savannah. If we run at slow speeds, any side swell is going to take those boats, it's going to make the boat roll. My job is to actually help commercial vessels navigate from 20 miles out at sea to Savannah's inland shipping channels. This year, as a matter of fact, he said he actually purchased 2 new 64-foot pilot boats. The boat we're standing on is purpose-built for this job. Got a second one under construction right now. Now, he also predicts that this rule would cripple port traffic. Yeah, the port will be closed any day that it's rough or windy, and not just this port, all the ports up and down the East Coast. Yeah, there's never been a confirmed whale strike in a federal channel. This is the government just getting involved where they have no business. And it would be an economic catastrophe. This is going to basically all but halt fishing off the East Coast of the United States. It'll just keep people from fishing. There's 9 million anglers who fish the eastern coastline. Instead of getting to a fishing destination in an hour, you're talking about something that's going to take 3 to 4 hours both ways. So realistically, like a day trip to go fishing would actually become impossible under these regulations. Yeah, it all looks good on paper, doesn't it, right? It's the government at its finest. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS, or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hey, if you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, by the way, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around with the gas in it. Sta-Bil Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system, so make sure you store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. Yeah, somebody gets a DA of the Week nominee here on a Friday morning. Motorists experienced serious backups in New York this Wednesday afternoon after a truck driver actually unhooked his trailer and left it behind, stuck beneath a low overpass. That's brilliant. They'll never find me, right? Again, Wednesday on the Southern State Parkway, a little before 4 in the morning, there in Lakeview, New York. According to News 12, the tractor trailer was on the Southern State Parkway at exit 18, Eagle Avenue, when it became wedged beneath the 18 overpass. A motorist traveling behind the truck was severely injured by debris from the crash. But the truck driver apparently unhooked the trailer from his truck and took off. Semis are, by the way, not permitted on the parkway. Westbound side of the Southern State Parkway was closed between exits 18 and 19 for some time to clear that up. All right. Then on down south into Texas, agents making what they're describing as the third largest methamphetamine bust in Border Patrol history last week. The contraband uncovered at the Falfurrias Border Patrol Station back on December the 8th. According to the local report, a tractor trailer was referred for a secondary inspection for an immigration inspection on the driver. During that inspection, agents discovered 1,440 Clorox bottles filled with what turns out to be 3,000 pounds of liquid meth. We're talking an estimated $100 million street value. Wow. Yeah, this historical seizure, a prime example of our agents' efforts to continuously impact and degrade these criminal organizations exploiting the Rio Grande Valley. Extremely proud of our Border Patrol agents and how this interdiction kept these dangerous narcotics out of our communities. But 3,000 pounds, $100 million street value as the drugs continue to pour into this country via that southern border. All right, it looks like we lost CB. CB, give us a ring back if you get a chance. And we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. Now, we don't get to hear from Philip there in Florida on Friday mornings, but right up his alley, we like to talk about the space stuff, right? It was a pretty sizable coolant leak from one of Russia's Soyuz crew spacecraft docked at the International Space Station that forced the cosmonauts to cancel a spacewalk as flight controllers on the ground tried to troubleshoot the problem this week. The leak, which a NASA spokesperson described as fairly substantial, was traced back to the coolant system of the Soyuz MS-22 spacecraft, first detected on Wednesday, about an hour and 40 minutes before several crewmates were scheduled to go on a spacewalk, a 6-hour, 40-minute spacewalk. The EVA, as they call it, extravehicular activity, was called off after the two cosmonauts had already donned their spacesuits. They were in the process of depressurizing the airlock to head out. Now, they do say they were never in danger. They ultimately repressurized the airlock and re-entered the space station. Cameras on the exterior of the space station showed a steady stream of frozen flakes being ejected from the Soyuz spacecraft into space. Not yet confirmed. It's believed the source of the leak was an exterior coolant system located near the aft section of the vehicle. Yes, still don't know the cause of the leak at this time, according to a NASA spokesperson. Russian specialists are continuing to look at the data discussing what may have triggered the leak, but the flight controllers assured the cosmonauts the space station itself was safe. The leak, however, did continue for at least 3 hours. NASA actually ended their live TV coverage of the incident a little after the noon hour there on Thursday, promising updates from the online blog and the social media channels. But, all right, scary times. You don't need leaks on the International Space Station. All right, going back to, in light of our incident with the power grid earlier this week, Pappy had shared the link about we've had 106 various attacks of some sort on the power grid in this country this year. One of the most notable was one of the most recent, the two substations in North Carolina that knocked out power for more than 45,000 customers. Hopefully not too little too late. Federal regulators yesterday have ordered a review of security standards around the nation at the electricity transmission network, ordered by the Federal Energy Regulator, directing officials to take a look, study the effectiveness of the existing reliability standards. We're talking the physical security of this country's power grid. What can we do to improve that? The security and reliability of the electric grid is one of our top priorities. According to the FERC chairman this past day, in light of the increasing number of reports of physical attacks on our nation's infrastructure, we've got to understand and clearly review the effectiveness of our physical security standard. What do we need to do to beef things up? They did give a little more info about the attack there in Moore, North Carolina. So if you'll hold that thought, we'll come back after the news break with more on that. And lines available at 844-844-3388. Heading into a Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It'll be quite a hit from Mother Nature in the upper Midwest and Northeast tonight and tomorrow. Winter storm tracks across the country and from the coast. New York State stands to receive heavy rain, damaging winds, and even some snow from this storm system. New York Governor Kathy Hochul.
Our peak is going to be about 1 to 2 inches per hour Thursday night through Friday.
She says the state's prepared thousands of utility workers, along with snowplows, salt and sand for the roads and other affected parts of the state. Russian officials being hit with a new round of sanctions from the U.S. One Russian oligarch is among those targeted. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken described that person as, quote, a close associate of President Putin. Nearly 24 Russian governors were also hit with sanctions. The Biden administration announcing today that starting today, you could order 4 more mail-in COVID-19 tests. Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Paid for by government.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 50 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-888-201-7060, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-888-201-7060. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-888-201-7060 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-888-201-7060.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You know, when you grow up in a village the size of Ludowici like I did, you make friends that are solid and hard and fast, and they last you all a life. We've lived in a lot of big cities around the countryside. We lived in New York and Buffalo and all kinds of big places. And in the big towns, you make acquaintances. But in the little towns, in the villages of the United States, you make friends. And there's a big difference. And I grew up in a little town. And the family that I was closest to in Ludowici was the Fergusons. There was Mr. Bass Ferguson, who was the granddaddy of them all. There's Mr. Green Ferguson and his wife, Miss Agnes. And there was 9 Ferguson kids. And I grew up loving that whole family of Fergusons. And my closest friend was, and still is to this day, Raymond Coote Ferguson. Raymond and I was born on the same day, 10 minutes apart, and I literally grew up like a twin brother to Raymond Ferguson. We went to school together, and we hunted together, and we fished together, and we stayed in trouble together all our lives. Raymond stayed in more trouble than I did. Mr. Green or Mr. Bass or somebody was always hollering at him, "Damn it, Ray, get out of there. Damn it, Ray, don't do that." Or, "Damn it, Ray, come on over here." And we just naturally started calling him Damn it, Ray. Damn it, Ray Ferguson. It nearly about came his legal name. You'd go to school and the teacher would say, "Damn it, Ray, put that chalk down." She'd slip every now and then. One time, the preacher in a little church we went to was sitting up there and he said, "Damn it, Ray." He said,
proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense.
Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot
"Be still." He got carried away. Damn it, Ray was and is my best friend. Now, Mr. Bass Ferguson, who was the granddaddy of the Fergusons, had a filling station and a store right down the road from Ludowici near a little town called Doctortown, a little community called Doctortown. Our store was about a quarter mile off the highway between Ludowici and Jessup. When you drove up to the store, off to the left was where folks would park when they'd come and they was going to visit for a while. And then off to the right, there was a little path that ran down around the side of that store, and it had a little 2-rail fence along there, and it was whitewashed. Mr. Bass had decorated that fence. He'd hung some tires on it and decorated the whole thing, whitewashed it all, and it was beautiful. One of the biggest gum trees in all of Long County, Georgia, sitting right alongside that little path. Big branches spreading shade out over the benches where the setters and spitters and whittlers would sit on an afternoon. There was an old grease rack, and there was a little path that led off to the back of that little country store. That store was just a little old whitewashed 3-room building. Well, now, in the back of that store, down that little path, there was 2 privies. Now, since the Rainbow Filling Station, Garage, and Grocery Store was one of the few stops between Savannah and Jessup, well, Mr. Bass got the traffic from most of the log trucks that come by, and he'd get a carload of tourists every now and then. He got all the folks from Doctortown and Ludowici itself, and of course the Greyhound bus would stop there twice a day, Monday through Saturday, and 3 times on Sunday. Well, Mr. Bass had built 2 privies, 2 3-hole privies for the convenience of his patrons. Now, friends, let me tell you that a 2-hole privy was a sign of rich folks in Long County, Georgia. But 3-hole privies was unheard of. There wasn't another one in all of South Georgia. Well, them 2 3-hole privies was the pride and joy of all of us in Middle Long County, Georgia. In 1947, when me and Dammit Ray was 14 years old, Dammit Ray sent off to Jacksonville, Florida, and he got one of them kits that you can make a radio and a loudspeaker out of. Dammit Ray liked electrical things. He was a tinkerer, and he fooled around with stuff all the time, and he made himself this radio and loudspeaker set. When he finished that kit, he had him a radio that would pick up WSB in Atlanta, Georgia, and WBT in Charlotte, and the Grand Ole Opry on WSM, and WWL in New Orleans, pick up all the way from down there. We used to get together at night, and we'd listen to mystery programs. We'd listen to Grand Central Station and Inner Sanctum and Mr. District Attorney, and every now and then Dammit Ray would fling that switch and he'd holler in there like scare us all right out of our drawers. We'd be sitting there listening to that radio. Well, one week Mr. Bass went into Savannah on the bus, and he came back. That was the most thrilled man I ever saw in my life. He had been to the Greyhound bus station in Atlanta, Georgia, and they had them a PA system where they could announce when the bus was going to leave. And he had gone and bought one of them kits and brought it back and give it to Dammit Ray and me and said, "Build me one of them loudspeaker systems that I can use at the Rainbow Filling Station, Garage, and Grocery Store." So for the next 2 weeks, me and Dammit Ray worked on building that loudspeaker system. Well, come the big day, man, we got out there and we strung wires and we put that loudspeaker in, and Mr. Bass had gone to Jessup and he'd bought some some car radio speakers, so out of an old junkyard. He had about 6 of them. And we put one of them up underneath the eaves of the store, pointing out toward the road, run them wires across the top of that little whitewash fence with them tires hanging on up into that gum tree and cross back down into them 2 privies. Mr. Bass had wired his filling station, garage, and grocery store for a PA system. Well, Saturday morning was the big day, the first day we was going to use it. We all got down there about 10 o'clock. Mr. Green, Ferguson, Dammit Ray's daddy was there. Me and my daddy got down there. And you can't imagine, half of Long County, Georgia was there for the celebration. Man, it was going to be the first day that we was going to use the loudspeaker system. Well, about 10 o'clock we got there, and the first bus was due in at 11, and we all wanted to be there early so we wouldn't miss anything. Folks were milling around and drinking them knee-high sodas, and there was a few fellers that had started a little bit early on some of that wonderful corn whiskey that's made down there. That flock of chickens was strutting around in the front, and that old black and tan hound with the mange and the infected ear was laying right in the middle of that path that went back to them privies, and folks were swapping stories, waiting on that bus to come from Savannah. 11:10, that Greyhound bus pulled in, and all them folks kind of let out a little cheer. And the folks come piling off the bus, and they were all smiling and grinning and wondering what was going on. And that bus driver got off, and we told him what was happening, and he was as thrilled as we were, because he's from Drawdy, Georgia, his own self, and that ain't as big as Ludowici. So he was delighted. Well, we was all standing around there, and they was drinking them soda pops and having a time, and me and Dammit Ray was manning the microphone inside the Rainbow Filling Station, garage, and grocery store. And about 4 or 5 minutes before that bus was due to leave, we seen the most hugest fat lady go walking down that path toward that little 2-3 hole privies back there. She had on a yellow dress with orange and brown flowers all over it. She had on one of them Carmen Miranda hats, had bananas and apples and grapes all sticking out of the top of it, had about a number 6 wash bucket size purse on her arm, and she was going to be the first one to hear the loudspeaker system. And we watched her real good. She went in that pink 3-hole privy and shut the door, and we give her about a minute and a half to get herself all settled. And folks, the door of that privy just kind of blew right off the hinges. Woo! That fat woman comes screaming up that thing. She come out of there like she had a bee in her drawers. She is trying to pull her drawers up and her dress down with one hand and hold on her hat with the other and hang on to her purse too. And she'd throwed that toilet paper right up in there, and it was hanging on one of them nanners and stringing along behind her. She come running up that path. She hit that, bounced off that old dog with the mange and the infected ear, tripped over him, bumped into that gum tree, bounced off that grease rack, and just kind of drove herself in one of them tires. That old hound jumped up and looked over there and seen that skirt up over her head and them drawers, them old Martha White drawers hanging down around. He thought he'd treed the coon. Oh! He commenced to bellering and hollering. That bus driver was crying, and he run over there and he shut his eyes and he tried to get her unstuck from that tire she was stuck in. My daddy got to laughing, and he tripped over one of them hoses and fell right face first and killed 6 of them chickens that was strutting around there. And me and Dammit Ray set off to running. Mr. Green come running out of that store, and he grabbed up a 1x4, and he jerked up Dammit Ray by the straps of them overhauls, and he whooped him, beat him, turned him upside down over one of them log truck wheels and started whooping on him. And I was crying and laughing, and I seen my daddy coming, and I quit laughing and started crying full time. And I run over and I grabbed Mr. Green, and I said, "Mr. Green, don't beat Dammit Ray no more. I'll tell you what happened. We had run them wires back down to that pink 3-hole privy, and we had put them speakers down inside that hole. And we give that fat lady about a minute and a half to get herself settled, and Dammit Ray snatched up that microphone and he hollered in it and he said, "Come on, lady, move over to one of them other holes. I'm trying to paint down here."
and that brings us back on a Friday, TGIF. Hello to Wheelchair Dave. What's going on, Dave? He says, just wondering if you ever take the family out to watch the Cincinnati Cyclones. That is the hockey team. They're usually a pretty good minor league team, yes. Usually have neighbors, neighbor Jim, who's got season tickets. And typically toward the end of the season, end of the year, that he always gets me some free tickets. So, yeah, we've been to a few Cyclones game over the years, taking the grandsons down there, and they really enjoy it. Good time. All right, let's see. Over in Monkey Gouger's area, they've got what they call the swamp rabbits. Not sure up in Horse Feathers area. Here in Atlanta, we've got, is it the Gladiators? Atlanta? All right. Hear you and the Rambler speaking about the guy with the 800 goals in his lifetime the other morning. Yes, indeed. I think Ramblers is a hockey fan. All right, Wheelchair Dave is listening in. Thanks for checking in there, Dave. Good to have you on board. All right, it's 844-844-3388. You catch in the news break there. You've heard several times this morning. I guess they've fired up once again the ability to order free COVID test kits from the government, 4 per family or whatever, 4 per home. You know, they told us from the very beginning, from the get-go, and we know, historic, viruses change, viruses evolve, right? How many different iterations of COVID-19 have we seen now? Yeah, matter of fact, currently, that there's supposedly 2 variants going around. I thought we were still on Omicron, because then you had Omicron, 2 and 3 and 4, and they're on something called the BQ variant, BQ1 and BQ1.1. These are the current strains that are dominating the country. Sore throats, runny noses, apparently the most frequently reported signs of illness with these variants. According to the Hill study, joint effort by researchers at Massachusetts General Hospital, Harvard, and several other universities, listing some of the top symptoms with positive COVID tests in the month of prior to December the 5th, so throughout the month of November. And, top of the list was the sore throat, runny nose, congestion or blocked nose, sneezing, a dry cough, a hoarse voice, muscle aches and pains, and the altered sense of smell. Not like you're losing entirely your sense of smell, like back with the original strain, but now they say these are basically the same symptoms observed by the Centers for Disease Control since the start of the pandemic, with a few pretty notable exceptions. Sneezing and a hoarse voice are actually new symptoms on the list, they say. Gastrointestinal-related symptoms, diarrhea and nausea, or vomiting, shortness of breath, fever, those are all pretty much absent from the list, which is kind of surprising. Fever? The current COVID symptoms are very similar to the good old-fashioned flu or the RSV, they say. The 3 respiratory viruses comprising what they're calling the triple-demic. The triple-demic of sickness that's already wreaking havoc across the country. Of course, experts say wearing masks in crowded urban areas, get your vaccine, get your boost to reduce the risk of severe illness. Notice how they kind of changed their wording on that, not to prevent, but reduce the risk of severe illness. Meanwhile, with so many being sick, and Big Ed mentioned that when we spoke to him back in the first hour there, that many, and I guess it's kind of going around his family. Some have COVID, some have the flu, and they're kind of canceling some of their Christmas gatherings. A lot of folks heading out to the pharmacy or online ordering medications, which we touched on this about a week ago. There are some that you're having a very difficult time being able to find right now. Spending a lot more on cough and cold medicines. Children's pain relievers are one of those that are, at least around the country, there are sporadic outages at some of the online, at the stores, physically and online. Looking at the report here, COVID wastewater levels and COVID hospitalizations also have been on the upswing in recent weeks. So obviously sales of over-the-counter medications have soared, up 35% versus the same time a year ago. Some versions of the top-selling brands, pain relief treatments for kids, are actually sold out on Amazon, the online sites of CVS, Walgreens. Some customers are taking to social media reporting problems finding medications. Now, retailers and the data tracking firms say overall supplies nationally are at an okay level. But indeed, there is the increase in demand. CVS and Walgreens said their companies are working with the manufacturers to ensure continued supply of the medications. Manufacturers say we're working pretty much full tilt, running nonstop. Procter & Gamble, the maker of NyQuil, DayQuil, and Vicks, said the country's seen an unprecedented level, though, of respiratory need. We're doing everything we can to ensure the products are on the shelves when the people need them. Spokeswoman for Johnson & Johnson, that includes the likes of Tylenol and Motrin, said that while some products are not quite readily available, we are not experiencing widespread shortages of children's Tylenol and Motrin. You may have to visit more than one location, though, if you're looking for medicine for the kids. Would that be Doc Holliday?
Well, I'll be your Huckleberry.
Long time no talk. I'm looking here. It's been about mid-September, Doc. Good golly.
Oh, has it been that long?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I was having a cigarette on the fuel out on this morning, and I figured I'd give you a call.
Well, I do appreciate it because it's very quiet this Friday morning, if you notice.
Yeah, I know. I had some bad news about Thomasina Turkey, Steve. That's why you didn't hear from her.
We did. Somebody was asking, where is Thomasina Turkey back around Thanksgiving?
Well, I run over her, Steve, by accident. She got out of the pen out there in the yard, and I didn't see her, and I bought this new pickup truck, and I backed over because the pickup truck was too big to see behind me, and I backed over, but it didn't kill her, Steve. She's in the hospital still. She's having, still some pains and stuff like that, but she should be out of the hospital by Christmas, hopefully.
By Christmas, okay.
Yeah, she should be out of the hospital by Christmas, so maybe she'll be able to call in by then.
There you go. Nothing like a little Christmas turkey.
Yeah, but you talking about all these people, Steve. I just heard you talking about all these people getting sick and all. A lot of that is not taking care of yourself, too, but taking the right vitamins and eating the right food sometime. I take, vitamin D is one of the main... Damn, curb is raised there. That's stupid son of a bitch. Oh, I didn't mean to say that, Steve. I don't know why they put that curve there. But, a lot of it is not by taking the right stuff. Vitamin D is one of the major deficiency is one of the major causes of getting COVID and stuff.
What is vitamin C?
Vitamin D.
Vitamin D.
Vitamin D.
Okay. Yeah.
And I've been taking vitamin D3 every day ever since this stuff come out when I heard about the vitamin D. I take vitamin D. I take vitamin C. I take a B complex every other day. And a lot of that stuff, Steve, will help you from getting sick, especially that vitamin D and that vitamin C. And but they say that's one of the major things that they find with people who have COVID and the flu
deficiency of vitamin D.
I've seen several such stories. Yeah, like vitamin D will boost your immune system.
And omega-3 also will help you a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And the best way, now, a lot of people don't like these, but the most healthiest fish you can eat, and the best way to get omega-3 is eat about 3 cans of sardines every week.
Ew.
Three cans of sardines a week would give you all the omega-3 that your body needs. But you can get these, Steve, in different flavors like mustard and jalapeno. And
I see you posting your pictures, you and your sardines with crackers. I see that crap. Gross.
Yeah, and another thing that'll help you, Steve, is spinach. Eat a lot. I won't eat too much spinach, because too much spinach could give you kidney stones if you're susceptible to kidney stones. You should eat spinach at least 3 times a week. And, eat fruits every day. I mean, I eat fruit every day. I eat blueberries and strawberries and apples and all that stuff all the time. And knock on wood, I may get sick tomorrow, but I ain't been sick in a few years, Steve.
Like you said, knock on wood.
Yep, knock on wood. I'm trying to quit smoking again, though. I'm wearing the patch. I bought the patch about 3 weeks ago. Well, I'm on my 3rd week now. I'm wearing the patch. I haven't quit completely. I still smoke. I was smoking 3 packs a day. I was up to 3 packs a day, Steve.
Wow.
And now I've cut. I know you're not supposed to smoke wearing the patch, but I still smoke anywhere from 1 to 4 a day. Sometimes I smoked 5 yesterday. But the patch is really helping me stop. So I'm giving it a try anyway again.
Well, that's
how long it'll last.
That's a big time cutback. I don't. I'm thinking if I'm going to quit, I mean, if I smoke one, I want another. How do you smoke one and then hold off?
Well, that patch has helped me hold off. Now, some people, if you wear the patch and smoke, it'll make you sick for too much nicotine, right?
Correct. I've seen that as well. Yeah, and you got to make sure you don't get a patch that's too strong. Hey, Doc, I hit the top. If you can hold on, we'll come back to you after the news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Julio Flores. House Democrats are attempting to ban former President Donald Trump from holding office under the 14th Amendment. On Thursday, a group of 40 Democrats introduced legislation citing parts of the 14th Amendment, which states no one who took an oath to support the Constitution but then engaged in insurrection or rebellion can hold future office. The lawmakers say because of Trump's involvement with last year's January 6 attack at the U.S. Capitol, he should be automatically banned from holding federal office in the future. Mortgage rates are down for the fifth week in a row. Freddie Mac reports the average for a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage was 6.3% for the week ending Wednesday. That's down from 6.33% the week before. The average is still more than double what it was a year ago. Mortgage rates have increased for most of the year, driven by the Federal Reserve's attempt to slow inflation with interest rate hikes. New York is banning pet stores from selling dogs, cats, and rabbits. It's become the latest state to enact the law in an effort to end the breeding of animals in puppy mills. The new law takes effect in 2024. The Rolling Stones are announcing an immersive virtual concert experience to celebrate the release of their album GRRR Live. The star-studded concert lineup includes Bruce Springsteen, the Black Keys, Lady Gaga, Gary Clark Jr., and John Mayer. An exclusive video of the original concert for the album will also be released. The concert is set to take place on February 2nd. The sequel to the highest-grossing movie of all time reportedly is already lighting up the box office, according to Deadline.com. Director James Cameron, Avatar: The Way of Water is on its way to earning $17 million in its first night from showings that began Thursday afternoon. The trailer and release date for the upcoming Amazon Prime Video documentary about Deion Sanders is being released. Coach Prime will be following Sanders' journey as head coach of Jackson State University in the team's undefeated season this year. Sanders says he's honored to share the inside look into Jackson State's first undefeated regular season. This is USA News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. Not only is it open enrollment for a lot of people, it's also a time you can join Medi-Share and save even more than usual. And it's true, the typical family switching to Medi-Share saves $500 or more a month, which is obviously huge for a lot of people. But what's more, they like it. Medi-Share has double the customer satisfaction rate compared to health insurance. Double. There are 400,000 members. They've shared over $4 billion in medical bills, and it really is a great community, too. People encourage and pray for each other. And here's the thing. If you join Medi-Share Complete right now, they'll waive your new member fees, and you'll save an additional 10% off all of 2023. That's right. No fee to join, 10% off every month of next year, but it's a very limited time offer. You have to sign up before December 31st. Great savings, great health care. Find out more. Call now. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
President Biden is wrapping up his 3-day summit with African heads of state. The president said the world is facing a global food crisis that disproportionately affects Africa, as 140 million people there face food insecurity. He promised to strengthen ties with African nations to address food shortages and announced another $2 billion in humanitarian assistance. The White House says it's preparing for the end of what's known as Title 42 next week. The policy, which ends Wednesday, gives the government authority to turn away immigrants seeking asylum from the U.S.-Mexico border. White House Press Secretary Karen Jean-Pierre cited a plan released by DHS this week to mitigate the expected influx of migrants once the rule expires. A suspect is in custody after a shooting at a mall in North Carolina left 2 people hurt on Thursday. Police say the incident at the North Lake Mall in Charlotte started when 2 people got into a confrontation. The suspect allegedly fired several shots, hitting the other person and a bystander. Several U.S. states are dealing with the effects of tornadoes this week. There's been more than 50 reported in at least 7 states across the South since early Tuesday. That includes Louisiana, where at least 3 people died and several others were hospitalized. About 20 tornadoes have been confirmed, including more than a dozen in the Dallas area of Texas. The San Francisco 49ers are back on top of the NFC West. The Niners knocked off the rival Seahawks 21-13 on Thursday Night Football in Seattle, clinching the NFC West division title for the first time since 2019. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, here we go. Get that final hour underway. Which means we've got a ways to go. And we got room for you at 844-844-3388. See, Pappy did check in a couple hours ago here. I just flipped over, see who all had been checking in via Facebook. 35 in Harrison, Ohio. Kind of a dreary, misty kind of night. My Wi-Fi and cable is out. Somebody probably hit a pole. Anyway, it is my Sunday. Hammer down, all the nocturnal drivers out there, be safe. And the cold air is a-comin'. I ain't looking forward to that either. Get ready for the bottom to fall out next week. All right, looks like the Michigan Madman did finally make it home a little less than an hour ago. He had been broke down. I don't know how much time he spent out there stuck. But Steve just got home. I'm mixing up a whiskey and Coke that would choke a mule. After a long, difficult day, right? Hello to Mike. Good morning, all. Got another gravy run today. Hebron, Kentucky to Columbus and back to Hamilton, and I've got 10 hours to do it in. Stay safe, everybody. Have a good weekend. All right, good morning to Tom. Country Bumpkin checks in from Grand Haven, Michigan. 34 degrees. Just woke up from my nap. I'll be heading home for the weekend. All right, it may very well be the smartest man in the world, Doc Holliday. Thanks for hanging in there. So I see you're still making your way into the casinos here and there around the country.
Yeah, I'm going to do my 34-hour restart. I'm going to run out of time up here in just outside of Jackson, Michigan. There's a casino called Firekeepers Casino, so I'm going to have to do a restart there this weekend.
Oh, darn the luck, huh?
Yeah, I done figured up my time, and I'm going to run out of time right there. So.
I'll be damned. Isn't that the irony of running out right there at the casino, huh?
I know it. I'm going to have about 10 minutes left on my clock. I think it's Battle Creek, Michigan. It's the Firekeepers Casino there. They won't let you park. I've never been in there. It's a big one, but you can't park a truck there, but there's a truck stop on the other side of the interstate you can park, and you can either walk, the half a mile over there or either get an Uber. It depends on how cold it is, if I'm going to walk my ass over there or not. But, I don't know what's the temperature going to be in Michigan up there around Kalamazoo and Jackson, Michigan this week.
Well, I mean, not too bad this morning. I mean, you're like in the low 30s, but I think this weekend you're probably all right. It's really, next week is when the bottom falls out.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll be up here next week, too, because I got to come back to Illinois and get another and come right back to Kalamazoo next week.
Uh-oh.
I'll be running this all week, from Illinois to Michigan all week.
So did you ever get your invite into the World Series of Poker, Doc?
No, but I'm trying to convince my company. I work for a great company, Steve, and I'm trying to convince the company to sponsor me into the World Series.
Okay.
I did play in it one year, but I didn't play in the main event. I went out there one year, and they got several events, and I didn't play in the main event, but they got several other events that's anywhere, from a $360 to start out buy-in up to, $1,500, $2,000 buy-in rather than the $10,000 deal. And I did play in one of the smaller events, but if I'd have won that smaller event, I would have got a free, ticket to the main event, but I didn't win it. So I guess I'll get to try it again one day, but I'm trying to get my company to sponsor me in that thing.
What's that, a $10,000 buy-in?
$10,000 buy-in, yep.
Okay.
But if you win, you get $10 million. Even if you finish at the final table, you get $1 million. But I mean, even if you finish 20th, that's $500,000 or $600,000.
Wow.
So I would just be happy. Well, no, I wouldn't either. I want the title. It ain't the money. It ain't the money. I want the title. But I'd be happy with the money, but I want the title.
Uh-huh.
So I want to finish first. But what I was saying about that smoking, Steve, if you're trying to quit, that you need to get that 21 milligram patch, to start with. But the main thing about it is when you put that patch on, you got to make up your mind you're not going to smoke for a while. And the hardest thing is getting up in the morning. Like I got up at 2 o'clock this morning to get ready to go, and I ain't had one yet. If you can get through those first 2 or 3 hours of the morning,
yeah,
it makes it a lot easier to not smoke much during the day. Now, I'm not saying I'm not going to have one today, so I probably will. I may have 2 or 3 today. I don't know, but I'm spacing them out. I'll go like, if I smoke one, I'll make sure I don't smoke another for another couple of hours. But if you smoke one time you get up in the morning, then you're going to want to smoke all day. I found, that's the way it's been working with me. So
right.
Right. So I'll try to go another, as long as I can today without smoking. I may wind up going all day today without smoking. But from 3 packs a day to 4 or 5 a day, that's pretty good.
That's darn good.
Yep. But you got to drink a lot of water, eat a lot of fruit, and a lot of green veggies. And I've been doing that too, and taking my vitamins, of course. I've always took my vitamins. But when you eat sweets or something like that, that makes you want one. And I drink a lot. Drinking a lot of green tea now. Green tea is one of the best things you can drink to help keep getting sick too.
I hear that's supposed to be healthy. Yeah, I've heard that as well. So now what happens when you drink yourself a Budweiser?
Well, I don't know, because I hadn't had a drink since I started the patch 3 weeks ago, because I ain't been able to stop nowhere and take time off to drink anything. So
Well, that'll be a challenge this weekend then.
That'll be a challenge at the casino this weekend. Yeah, that'll be the real challenge. But coffee makes you want to smoke. Like I'm drinking on my second cup now, but I still haven't smoked one. And that green tea will really make you want to smoke too. So you got to be careful when you're drinking it. You got to make up your mind, okay, I'm drinking this now. I know I'm going on a cigarette, but the patch has got to work. So the patch does help a lot. It ain't going to make you quit. You got to make up your own mind to quit. But if you want to quit, it'll really help you a lot.
Yeah.
But like I say, you ain't supposed to smoke with this patch on. I do sometimes. But anyhow, I'm going to go up here. Maybe I'll have a good weekend at the casino. And I think the thing I'm going to do is just not carry none in there with me.
Well, that'd be one way to get by.
Carry none in there with you.
Yeah.
Because they like $15 a pack in the casino.
Right.
Paying that. So just don't carry none in there with me and see how that works.
Well, Doc, it's great to hear from you. I have folks ask about you here and there, and I said, Doc calls once in a blue moon, and that's about it. So it's been nearly a quarter since you called. So you get about 4 calls a year.
I know it. Well, I'm usually in the bed at night, but it just so happens I'm on this run right here, and I don't like going through Chicago during rush hour because you got to go through Chicago every trip. So I try to get through Chicago by 4 a.m. So it's 3:15 here now, so
yep,
that's why I'm up.
That's a good time to get.
But anyway, I'll be at the Firekeepers Casino this weekend. If anybody lives in Michigan or around Michigan, Come by and look me up. I'll be in the poker room.
There's Doc Holliday. I'll be your Huckleberry.
Yeah, I'm your Huckleberry.
All right. Good luck. Have a great weekend. Over and out, Doc Holliday. All right. Let's see. 844-844-3388. I touched on the power grid. All of a sudden, it's time. Yeah, we maybe should take a closer look at security around our substations and the power grid here around the country. You think? Less than 2 weeks after, they still haven't found who or how many individuals were involved. One or more people drove up to the 2 substations in central North Carolina, breached the gates, opened fire. Outages began shortly thereafter, December 3rd, lasting several days before power was restored to almost all the households in Moore County. It took 4 days, as a matter of fact. Now, even as power was restored, this is the new information, Duke Energy, which owns the 2 North Carolina substations, reported gunfire on December the 7th. That was like 4 days after the attack in Moore near another Duke facility in South Carolina. Law enforcement say they have not yet found evidence linking the incidents in the 2 states, but the investigation is ongoing. At least 4 electrical substations have been targeted in separate attacks in Oregon and Washington since just last month, November. According to Oregon Public Broadcasting, attackers using firearms in at least some of the incidents, and some customers in Oregon actually temporarily lost service there. Grid security experts have said these attacks demonstrate anew the vulnerability of the nation's grid, which includes more than 50,000 substations and more than 700,000 miles of transmission lines. Power transformers are highly visible in thousands of sites around the country. They're really vulnerable. Yes, sometimes it might just be a drunk with a gun and an attitude. We have lots of incidents like that. That's not unusual. The substations are a different ballgame, though. He described this attack in North Carolina as sophisticated, noting that it caused outages for more than 40,000 people. While officials are likely to recommend changes, things like maybe high-definition cameras, 24-hour surveillance, or maybe opaque walls, how are we going to pay for all the upgrades? That was the question that Mark Christie asked. The bipartisan infrastructure law includes as much as $15 billion for power grid upgrades and resilience, and Christie said he hopes some of that money will be used for deferring some of the cost of hardening the system that we know is going to take place as a result of some of these recent attacks. I hope it does not flow through to the ratepayers, though. Glick told reporters at the meeting that while he's always concerned about cost, well, how concerned are you about the cost when the power goes out? Would you rather pay now or would you rather pay later? Thursday's meeting was likely Glick's last as chairman after his term expired earlier this year. President Biden renominated Glick to another term as chairman, but Joe Manchin, chairman of the Senate Energy Committee, has refused to schedule a confirmation hearing. Now, Manchin hasn't given a reason for his refusal. Spokeswoman last month said simply, quote, the chairman was not comfortable holding a hearing for that particular guy. Okay. 19 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
What do you think? Will Biden run again? You know, that question's been kind of on again, off again as of late. About a week ago, when someone was hollering 4 more years, Biden said, yeah, we'll see about that. Some said, well, is he maybe having second thoughts? I saw headlines yesterday where, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer all say, and Jill Biden. Jill Biden is apparently now all in. We're all in for Joe to make a run for 4 more years. But survey says most, even Democrats, say they don't think Joe should seek another term. This was actually CNBC, the CNBC All-America Economic Survey, found 57% of Democrat voters don't want Biden seeking a second term. When asked by Americans in general, 70%, plus 66% of independents echoed that they don't think he should seek a second term. Republicans, what do you think? 86% of Republicans agreed Biden shouldn't run again. Now that just weeks after Trump made his announcement that he's indeed running for 2024. On the flip side of the coin, conversely, it mentions that for Republicans, 37% don't want him to run again. Trump, that is. For independents, that figure was at 61%. And for Democrats, the number pretty much mirrored the Republican sentiment toward Biden. 88% of Democrats say they don't want Trump to run again. Now, in terms of reasons why either should not run again, the poll also adds age as a factor. The fact that Biden, who turned 80 last month, 47% said age was a factor. But for Trump, who's actually 76, only 8% cited age as the factor that he shouldn't run. I think most of that is just the sentiment that they don't like him. Good morning, Pappy. What's happening?
Steve, did you see John Boehner shedding some tears on TV saying goodbye to Nancy Pelosi?
Those big old alligator tears, right?
What the heck? And he grew up in Cheviot, Steve. Man, take Cincinnati off the map when it comes to that one. Right? Oh, well, what are you going to say? Steve, my dad told me that I woke him up, was shaking him. He was actually driving a truck back in 1963 for a little while, and driving a truck for old Lennox back in the day at night. But anyway, he said I woke him up, went in there shaking him. Daddy, wake up. The president's been shot. I don't remember it, but that's what he said anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of like Steve, man. I'm looking forward to see what gets released here. I'm the firm believer, Steve, that Oswald shot the president. Ever since the Sabruder film came out in maybe the late 80s, when I first saw that, I'm like, man, this ain't right. He got shot from the front, And from then on, every documentary that ever came out, anything, read a couple books. But after all these years of thinking about it, I think Oswald is the one that pulled the trigger. Now, that doesn't mean there was a conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean there wasn't one, right? If anybody else knew about it or if anybody else put him up to it, or did he act alone is the big question. It's my understanding some of the files that the FBI has on him is because, Steve, they had contact with him. There's no doubt about that. It's already been proven that the FBI and CIA were watching him and had contact with him. So I think the Warren Commission was trying to cover some of that up.
Mm-hmm.
How much involvement did they have? So I don't know, man. Wouldn't that be a dark, dark day in our history if we found out that, our government maybe had some hands in that?
Well, hadn't they been saying for quite some time that to release all the documents that there may have still been some people alive, I guess, that it could compromise or whatever? I think, with 60 years now having pretty much passed, I think they're all dead by now, right? But, hold that thought. It's the Overnight Drive.
It'll be quite a hit from Mother Nature in the upper Midwest and Northeast tonight and tomorrow. Winter storm tracks across the country and from the coast. New York State stands to receive heavy rain, damaging winds, and even some snow from this storm system. New York Governor Kathy Hochul.
Our peak is going to be about 1 to 2 inches per hour Thursday night through Friday.
She says the state's prepared thousands of utility workers, along with snowplows, salt and sand for the roads and other affected parts of the state. Russian officials being hit with a new round of sanctions from the U.S. One Russian oligarch is among those targeted. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken described that person as, quote, a close associate of President Putin. Nearly 24 Russian governors were also hit with sanctions. The Biden administration announcing today that starting today, you could order 4 more mail-in COVID-19 tests. Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Paid for by government.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 50 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-888-201-7060, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-888-201-7060. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-888-201-7060 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-888-201-7060.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, left off there talking about, supposedly it was, they said thousands of documents released this past day, the Kennedy files. from WLS out of Chicago. Yeah, they say the public's been waiting for years to see the remaining records. And they say Chicago names are popping up in the fine print. It was nearly 1,500 documents related to that investigation. All right, from way back in the day, right? Yeah, whose names are popping up out of Chicago there? Trying to pull the story back up from WLS. Meanwhile, let me get back to Pappy, yes. So most of the people involved, I mean, if there's names out of Chicago, they're probably all dead now.
Yeah, I would think, or if not close to it.
Yeah.
Steve, it's just hard for the country to believe back then, right? That one man could change the course of the history of the United States. When that motorcade turned down on Elm Street, that one man sitting in a 6th-floor window of the school book depository building, armed with an Italian 6.5 Carcano rifle, could change the history of the United States.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, everybody think, there has to be more to it. Back in the 80s, 90s, Steve, when you hear Johnson, was on the phone. Steve, who do you think was the most powerful man in the 50s, 60s, 40s in the United States? If you had to take a guess. Most powerful man in the United States. Not the president.
No.
J.F. Hoover.
Okay.
Hoover from the FBI. Nixon made comments about him. He was pretty much responsible for the old Watergate, getting Nixon kicked out of office. I mean, that's a long story in itself, but everybody knew you didn't mess with him, Steve. He had the goods on everybody, right? But if you would have told me that the government would have had their hands in this, I would have, you crazy. Come on, man. But now, in today's world, looking at what is going on in this country, my thought now is, you know what? After everything that I have seen and that's going on, that I would not be surprised. Absolutely crazy. I hope it's not the case, but I don't know, man. We'll see. I mean, that's a lot of documents. I mean, there's not going to be a piece of paper, right, that comes out and says, hey, it was a conspiracy. So-and-so was involved, so-and-so was involved, and we covered it up.
Right,
not going to happen.
Yeah, my Uncle Forrest that passed away, actually my wife's uncle, but Uncle Forrest, he worked in the White House under 3 presidents. Yeah, and he told me on more than one occasion, he called me Brent. He's Brent. Yeah, there's a government inside the government. There's the one that we see, and then there's one that we do not see. And I often wondered, what he meant by that, because he didn't, couldn't give me a lot of detail. The man knew a lot of things that he could not divulge.
There's a rumor out there that when the president gets sworn in on Inauguration Day, Secret Service escorts him into the White House and sits him down, and some other people walk in, and they show him the Sabruder film. They say, might want to just go with the flow. Do what you're told.
Uh-huh.
Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But I've heard that from many, many people.
As you say, I would not be surprised.
Yeah. Yeah, but anyway, these talk about the grids getting fired on, Steve. We need to get to the bottom of that. What the heck is going on?
Yeah, for them to come out now and say that that event and that was a sophisticated. So somebody somehow or individuals knew what they were doing. I guess you have to shoot certain parts or whatever. They knew what they were going to do was going to take out the power.
Steve, I remember after 9/11 hit, they had concerns about snipers taking out some refineries, with like a 50 cal. There's certain rounds. Anybody that's been in the military knows what a Rolfus round is, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, you can do a lot of damage from a long ways away. And I remember we got to run down on the Ohio River down in Addison. There's the refineries down, not refineries, but chemical plants down there, And a couple guys were seen on a boat. They got off on the shore right where they're not supposed to be, and got back on the boat and left. And somebody thought, I don't know, possibly had a rifle.
Mm-hmm.
And we were thinking, man, that's all it would take is if somebody just put around in one of them big tanks, and say goodbye to Addison. But, so yeah, man, I mean, I hope they get on this. Find out this ain't a coordinated effort, let's say,
But like they say, with 50,000, because, I know right around the corner from my high, I know where there's one of the, I guess they call that a substation, right up, around the corner here. And there are 50,000 of them around the country. And, I mean, I guess you can methodically, one by one, start taking them out.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
I
got these generators.
Like you said, they've got fencing, they've got the barbed wire and the razor fence and all that around them, but that doesn't stop a round from a gun from getting through.
Right. And how many people did we say since we left Afghanistan? How many bad guys, actual enemies of the United States?
Yeah,
Steve, how many did we say they say were come through? 100,000 maybe, possibly. That's Steve. That's crazy. Those are crazy numbers. All right, my man. Let somebody else get in here before it gets too daggone late.
Well, I do see it's you say it's your Sunday, so it's back to work for the weekend. All right. Well,
back to work the weekend.
Have a good weekend. Get an extra pair of long johns out for next week.
Already got them out, but you're right. Might need an extra pair.
I might be doubling up, right? Triple layers. It's gonna get. I mean, we're talking those single digits, and probably some wind with it. Wind chills below zero. Okay, so I'm looking here at from as far as Chicago's concerned. What about mob connections? Right? That was I guess. In the document dump yesterday, new details about Chicago as a training ground for Cuban militiamen. We've reported over the years, outfit bosses recruited crooked lawmen to train Cuban rebels with the goal of protecting their homeland from Fidel Castro, who was about to douse the mob's lucrative gambling mecca in the tropics. At least 9 files refer to Chicago, circa 1963, and several individuals linked to the outfit. Most notably among them are former Chicago police officer and Cook County Deputy Sheriff Richard Kane. Kane, they say, had deep connections to Chicago's organized crime, especially the ruthless mob boss Sam Momo Giancana. The JFK files cite Kane's involvement in recruiting young Cuban exiles to Chicago in what experts believe was a mob effort to keep control of Cuba, which resulted in secret training in Cook County of a covert resistance force that never made it to Havana. There's some belief that Kane might have been working with the CIA in terms of making himself relevant and meaningful and important, and to get something for Richard Kane. So if he was involved in the CIA and attempts to get organized crime to assassinate Fidel Castro, then that might be kind of a short step to what might have to do with the JFK assassinations, according to one Chicago mob expert. What's not in the fine print is a Chicago mob smoking gun, they say. Yeah, nothing to indicate the outfit set up JFK's assassination, but the new documents do strongly reinforce what the I-Team has been reporting for years, that Chicago mob bosses had a keen interest in keeping Castro from taking over Cuba and extinguishing their gambling rackets. Yeah, if that was among Kane's failures on December 20th of 1973, he paid for him when he was killed in a gangland hit as he walked into a sandwich shop near the Loop. So Chicago connections. We'll return after this. 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, this report from CBS says, the BBC rather, said it was 13,173 files, I guess, released yesterday. Yeah, that's more than 97% of the records in the collection now publicly available. Yeah, out of the box, like most of us say, no huge revelations expected. Yeah, historians hoping to learn more about the alleged assassin. All right, now what are they keeping under wraps? Still, Biden said some files are going to be kept under wraps until June of next year. And let's see, U.S. National Archives said 515 documents will remain withheld in full. Another 2,545 documents will be partly withheld. We still haven't seen everything, right? Yeah, the CIA says they were not involved. Latest statement. The CIA said all information held by the agency relating to Oswald's trip to Mexico City had previously been released. There's no new information on that topic in yesterday's dump. But researchers with the Mary Farrell Foundation, a nonprofit that sued the government to release the files, said, the CIA is withholding information about Oswald's time in Mexico. They said some CIA records were never submitted to the archives. Therefore, they were not part of the batch just released. One newly revealed document shows the president of Mexico helped the U.S. place a wiretap on the Soviet embassy in Mexico without the knowledge of other officials in the Mexican government. That little nugget of information was hidden by redactions in previously released versions of the file. The White House said the release will provide the public with greater understanding of the investigation into the assassination. They've undertaken a comprehensive effort to review the almost 16,000 records that had previously been released in redacted form and determined that more than 70% of those records can now be released in full. Remember, back under Trump 2017, he did release thousands of pages, but at the same time, he withheld others on the basis of national security, they say, despite the law from 92 that said all information would be released by 2017. About 10 before the hour, 844-3388. What's going on with Twitter? The latest developments. I mean, Twitter was Musk purchasing Twitter, right? Supposed to be about everyone's going to have an opportunity to have their voice heard. Let's stop the censorship. And this story kind of makes you say, no, hold on a minute. What? Thursday evening, Twitter suspended a number of prominent journalists on the platform without warning or explanation. That situation followed the company's decision to suspend the Twitter account of Mastodon, an open source social media alternative that's kind of built momentum since Musk took over Twitter. Twitter took action against Mastodon after the account linked to the Mastodon page at ElonJet, which supposedly is some student-made bot that tracks the whereabouts of Elon Musk's private jet, tracking where he's at any given time. Now, at least some of the accounts suspended had shared screenshots and observations about Mastodon's suspension. Just prior to his suspension, Washington Post reporter Drew Harwell had tweeted about Mastodon being kicked off the platform. Former MSNBC host Keith Olbermann, the New York Times' Ryan Mack, CNN's Donnie O'Sullivan, Mashable's Matt Binder, and journalist Aaron Rupar also suspended this past evening. Many of the reporters regularly covered Musk's takeover of Twitter in recent months. Rupar weighed in on his suspension on another site known as Substack, said that while he did not know why his account was deactivated, he did share a link to the ElonJet Facebook account. At the course of reporting on the subject, through an alternate account, he shared the message that he received from Twitter and noted that there was no warning before what is supposedly a permanent suspension. Some folks have asked us, so I'll try to answer here. This is the notification on my account. I was given no warning. I have no email or communication from the company about the reason for suspension. I do report on Twitter. I report on Elon Musk and his companies, and I will continue to do so. Silenced. Ryan Mack. All right, so I don't know. Let me take you back to what is the big red drudge headline? CNN, New York Times, Washington Post. Manic Musk purges reporters. Is he tripping on drugs? That's the question he asked. Off with their tweets is the headline. Good morning, Charlie.
Good morning, Steve and fellow listeners. This is the unofficial Charlie Ferguson impersonator of the Overnight Drive, the man who aspires to one day be considered the Rich Little of the Overnight Drive. In the news this evening, like most of your listeners know, it is the Christmas season. Well, then they had their Christmas
That's a savings.
All you have to do is have your mechanic take pictures of the parts. They will be visually inspected by the blind man. If he doesn't see anything wrong with them, well, then they're not covered by the warranty. Just remember their motto at GMA&B Enterprises, brought to you by the founder's late great father, the West Virginia werewolf, will cheat you, treat you right.
All right, back to me. Have a good weekend, Charlie. Let's see. John checks in this morning. He said, I guess he's in the Albany, New York area. Yeah, not too much snow in Albany. Yeah, I flipped over to the radar. Looks like Albany, I'm actually seeing more rain versus the snow. And things are actually beginning to wind down there in the Albany area. But he says, hello, good morning to all the truck drivers out there. Be careful. God bless. Let's see. John did check in here just a bit ago. I had to come back because we're off Yubu again. Yes, we are. Truck and Phil, there he is. Morning, Steve, and the Hot Shot Secret Nation coffee up. Happy Friday. We've got a mild 36 degrees. Looks like a partly sunny day today in the Detroit area. Temperature's going to drop over the weekend and cold right on through Christmas then. Ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan. Have a great weekend, everybody. We are at 9 days till Christmas, 16 days until the new year of 2023. There you go. That is Truck and Phil. And I guess we'll close it out there on a Friday morning, right? So have a great weekend. Yeah, we'll be back here. Look for that notification Sunday night into Monday morning at the midnight hour. One final week as we indeed count down to Christmas of 2022. After which I'll have like a 10-day break there. Going to take, like everybody else, take a little Christmas vacation. But we'll see you next week. Hope you'll join us for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream,